True crime cafe. Nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light.
All right. Welcome back, guys. Happy Sunday. Good to see you guys today. I hope you're all having a great weekend. I missed everybody yesterday. It's been storming and raining here for 3 days. So once again, no internet most of yesterday. My apologies, everybody. I am back today, though, to get to part number 3 on the supplemental report readings and see what else doesn't seem to be matching up and whatever else we get into. Of course, I will allow for anybody who wants to join me. I hope you're all doing amazing as always, and you guys are all here for it. I can't wait. Thank you to my blue crew for being here. I appreciate you all so very much as well. That being said, you know the rest, folks. Let's do this thing. Welcome back, guys. Good to see ya. Missed you guys very much yesterday. And my apologies. Like I said, it's been raining and storming for the past 3 days nonstop. Internet in, internet out, internet in, internet out. You know how that goes here. So we're back today, though. Hopefully it stays solid and we don't have no issues with it. It's great to see you all. Thank you for being here. We're going to get into it. We're going to stay in sequential order, guys, like we did. I think I left off Friday at 94. We're going to go 95 forward, and a lot of these aren't going to take a lot of time, so we're going to get ahead quite a bit pretty quickly, I think, too. The ones that are important, that have any importance of stuff that hasn't matched up, things that we weren't told, things that we were lied about, whatever, we are going to stop, discuss them as we do. And, of course, if there's anything you guys want to stop and discuss, just let me know. If you need me to back up, reread something, whatever it is, as always, just give me the yell and I will do it. Let's see who we got joining us for this today. Again, it looks like Meg P's in the house. Welcome back, Meg. Don't be hating. Good to see you. Of course, Eddie, good to see you, brother. Hopefully you'll be joining me as well. Kristen Nevada, hey, good to see you. Miss Seahawks fan, thank you to my blue crew for being here. Welcome, Terry Martin. Good to see you. Dogbone, welcome back to you. And Stitch is in the house. Good to see you. Dogbone. Simply Solo, Yenzal. Good to see you. Miss Krista Marie with Reality. Good to see you today. Samira Dalby. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Sherry's back in the house. Good to have you here. Circus Music, welcome back to you. Good to see you. I will be doing that, Terry. No worries. Michelle F., welcome back. Great to see you today. Crossroads Accounting and Tax. Good to have you. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Let me see. Show. Let's see here. Thomas Oksaka, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you today. DKM, good to have you back. Scully's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Please, guys, make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. Let's see if we can get this up into an algorithm today. Brandy B, our OG's in the house. Great to see you, Brandy. Great to have you here, guys. Again, hit the like button and share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Miss Paula, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. As always, LA Looks, welcome back. Very informative. Yes. Michael 007, welcome, friend. Good to see you. In Scotland on a business trip. Not far from the president, huh? That's interesting. Well, I hope you're being safe, Brian, and enjoying yourself over there. Teresa Furlong, welcome. Good to see you. The Karma Police in the house. Chipmunk's Feet. I love the name. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Come on in, y'all. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Thank you, Dogbone. I appreciate that very much. Miss Curious Rose, the RN's in the house. True Seeker's back in the house. Good to see you. Thank you, Thomas. I'm sure they appreciate that. And what we've been doing, folks, is reading through word for word, every word of each document in numerical order as to how we receive them, to make sure we don't miss anything. Thank you, Miss Tandy, very much. Miss Potts is in the house. Hello, welcome. Too fast, too fleas. Good to see you. Great to have you guys here today. I'm sure, like I said, I'm going to stay in the order that we're in, that we have been. That way we don't go forward too far and go miss out on something else, because it has a tendency to screw me up. So if I screw up, then I'm going to be messing you guys up with understanding certain things, I guess. So either way. But like I said, we will be talking about them as we get something important that pops up. Stopping, breaking it down, talking about it. P. Fox, welcome back. Good to see you today. Gordon Shumway, welcome to you. Hope you're having an awesome weekend, all you guys. Annie, thank you for joining us today as well. Me, myself, and I. Good to see you today. I think I'm hitting everybody. If I missed you, I will catch up with you. I promise. Well? Do your thing, sir. Enjoy it if you do, Lady Speedwell. Great to see you. May go for a coffee with Mr. Trump. That'd be interesting. Enjoy it if you will, if you can. Willie, what's happening? Good to see you, brother. Good morning, Terry. How are you? Afternoon.
Good. I know it's afternoon. I haven't been up for a long, long time. I thought I'd come up and join for a while.
It sounds like a plan. It's a doors open. Everybody wants to join us as we break these things down and see what matches and what doesn't match with what we already knew. I know there's some things coming out that we've learned that weren't told to us initially. So
you know what I think is weird is when they redact. They put the black mark, but they always leave the first letter of the name.
The names have been pretty easy to figure out. It's kind of dumb how they do it. I agree with you. Some of the other stuff they've really truly blacked out. You know that they don't want you to know it. Jane Giori, welcome, and Willie, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today.
What's up, man? I was fucking right now. I was like about to text you and be like, "Yo, you all right?" And then I saw you were live, and I was like, "Oh, he's all right."
Yeah, I'm good. It was raining here yesterday, and it wasn't even raining bad, but it knocked it out twice yesterday. So whatever.
Same here, dude. Pouring.
Yeah.
Hey, Willie.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
Once again, everybody in the chat, just to reiterate, I do this every day just because. Make sure we all respect each other's thoughts, feelings, opinions, whether it's up here on the panel or in the chat. Please be nice to everybody. Everybody may have different feelings on different things. Let's not be nasty to anybody. That way, nobody gets upset. That's all I'm saying.
Unless your name is Dogbone, then you're a straight bitch. But everybody else is cool. I feel that, bro.
Wait a minute.
Had to be said. Had to be said. That had to be fucking said.
Are you?
Just be careful, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Just be careful of that motherfucker or her, him, whoever that is, dude. Because they just caused issues on what's her name's channel and my channel. So they're going around the carousel. You're about the fifth one now. Right. So
well, let's just be respectful, then, everybody. Please. Well, I just don't
want you to go through what the fuck everybody's been having to go through.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's just okay. I appreciate that. Let's respect each other then, whoever that is. Please don't come in here doing anything like that. I appreciate that very much.
It was weird, dude.
Welcome, Eddie. What's happening, brother?
How far did you get, bro? What's up, Eddie?
Diego, Willie, Terry, good to see you all.
What's up, Malaka?
Hey, I have a question for everybody.
The
panel and chat.
Yes, sir.
So I'm wondering.
Don't gaslight.
So who did KG call from 222 to 244?
Well, we were told that it was. Well, we were told before it was 222 to 256 was Jack Decor. I thought.
Yeah, right. That's who we were told.
That's what we were told. And my next question then is, where in the court record is that found?
I remember it somewhere in one of the documents. I can't remember which one, but that's a good question. Did you run into something?
Are you sure about that?
Now that you've said that, I don't know. Now you're gonna make me double check. Was it in a document?
I thought it was the PCA.
And I just looked at the PCA, so I know it's not that.
Okay, then I'm wrong.
Then was it hearsay that they made us believe was in a document?
I think that is one of those things, one of those many things that they use the family to put out there. They never put anything out themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is yet another one of those occurrences of that.
All right.
Would it have been that interview with Olivia and sitting in between?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Terry, because they made a specific time. Like in those interviews, they wouldn't put down it was till 2:56. You know what I mean? So that's why I swear it was in some document. But that's a good point, Eddie, because now I'm going to be digging for it. I wrote it down.
Remember, they said that then after the calls stopped going out on her phone, then they started going out on Maddie's.
Right. And then somebody brought to my attention that if that wasn't that, what are the odds, Dago, if that was Kaylee calling on her phone and then maybe her phone went dead and she started using Maddie's and Maddie was sleeping actually while she was still trying to call her. And I thought that was an interesting thing. So now I'm going to be going back and looking for this once we get through all this stuff. That's a good point, Eddie. Thank you for making that known to us.
What number have you gotten to as far as supplemental?
I'm on 95. I wasn't here yesterday. I know there's a lot more to go, guys. I'm sorry I'm behind. But I've read every single word from every single document, except I will be bouncing through like the stuff that was downloaded and the warrants and stuff. There's not much to read there. So I'm just going to pass on those unless it's something of super importance, then we'll stop and go through it. But everything else, no. There's no point in reading those because it just takes up time.
The other little tidbit I want to share real quick is on the 18th. So that would have been through a press release, the 18th of November.
Yes, sir.
That was when the first people in this case were cleared. And those people were the male seen at the grub truck.
Jack Showalter, yes.
Yeah. And to be specific, the way law enforcement has always referred to that person is never by name.
Hoodie guy, right?
Yeah, and the two roommates.
Exactly. And since we're talking about this real quick before we actually get started, since there's 3 of us up here or 4 of us up here now, I have issue with the fact that he was cleared. Now that we have read through that report that states that there was blood splatter found in his apartment by the maintenance guy on his toilet, on his wall, streaks on the shower curtain, and then that's just
this toilet was clogged.
And the toilet was clogged for some weird reason. And according to the other report, that he wasn't even there on the 15th. Now, and they found it on his screen door or the door by the lock, I believe. And then it was wiped off, nice and polished, nice and clean. And then they come back when they got the warrant. Welcome, Kent, Cat Lady. Good to see you. Aries, welcome to all you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Walking, Tonka, good to see you. So does anybody else have issue with this? And then this kid takes off to his family's home in the middle of the night for the holidays and doesn't come back until they're over. And we're all good with that, right? Because I'm not.
Well, you remember that. Well, the other thing is that I don't remember if this. I don't remember. I don't even know if this is in any type of document either. But it was. We were told, or it somehow was swirling around that Jake left to go to Boise. You know, Maddie's boyfriend. And
Jake,
and asked Jack Showalter to watch over Maddie.
I had heard that before. Yeah, I heard that too, Terry. I've never seen it in a document, but I have heard the hearsay on that was why he was at the bar with them that night. And then that's why he walked them to the grub truck. And then when they left, he threw his hands up. Well, how am I supposed to pay attention to you if you're walking off on me? Supposedly, you know, and then he supposedly go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd love to know if there's a call to Jake on Jack Showalter's phone that night.
It would be nice to know what's on.
But if he was a suspect, a person of interest, what piece of evidence or whatever did they find that allowed them to clear him? Because don't you have to once somebody's lying to you and you kind of like follow that trail, like, don't you keep going? As like, you know, I mean, every investigation I watch, it's like, you know, they let somebody tell their story, then they go home, then they come back, and they already know the real story, and they let them trip up, and then they, you know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing?
Let me ask you a question, Willie. Let's say that your grandfather owned half of the town you lived in, and multiple businesses, and gave money to the local university.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's why I said, who the hell are Jack's parents? Because let me tell you something, dude. If we were reading that they found all this shit in Brian's apartment, oh my god.
Well, they found blood in the drain, on the shower curtain, on the toilet handle, on multiple things. That tells me it's either somebody else's blood or whoever that person's blood. Now, I'm not saying
and that's a fucking maintenance worker. You're not. I mean, people like people want to argue with me and be like, oh well, no, it's not like they turned off all the lights and started spraying luminol and then used a fucking black light. No, this is the maintenance guy seeing this shit. So this is 100%. Visible to the naked eye. So imagine what blood wasn't seen. Did they ever test for?
When did they go into? When did the maintenance guy find that?
The 15th.
There's a date on the report. I forget.
It was the 15th. It was the 15th of November, 2 days after the murders.
Oh, so 2 days after.
And according to what the other report had stated, that Jack Showalter had left it. I don't know exactly what time. I don't think it said, but sometime that night, in the middle of the night, I guess, to go home to his family's in Boise for the holidays. Why didn't you wait till the morning to drive home?
Exactly.
And that's what
takes off the Boise.
Right.
My other thing is, okay, so if the maintenance man found it on the 15th, the blood in his apartment, he was the last one besides the driver, right? He was, he was a person of, it was so bad that Chief Fry even said in the very first press conference, hoodie guy, was cleared, right? Am I correct?
And and according to the report, he called himself and said, after what happened, I'm with my parents and this, and I just wanted to let you know everything, this and that, what I know, blah, blah, blah. I'll be back after the holidays. Why is that okay? They should have went and got him. I'm sorry, but they should have went and got him. Or demanded that he comes back right now. Okay, because, and I'm not saying he's a suspect. All I'm saying is he should have been tested. His DNA should have been tested. They should have taken pictures of him and looked at his hands and his face to see if there's any marks on him. And then questioned him 100%. That's my feeling on that. But
how are they going to do that when he's not there? But here's my question: when did they get the warrant? Since he should have been one of the at that very top of suspects, right? They should have got that warrant and gone in, and especially if he left town. So when did they get the warrant to go check inside and find the blood?
They went to his house I think it was Gilbertson and Payne, I do believe, because it was one of Payne's reports. I read what it said. They said they saw what they thought was rest on the door at the bottom and then up by the lock. And then the other detective looked at it and said that it looked like what dried blood would crack like, that type of a crackle to it. So they said that they couldn't get a warrant unless they had probable cause that was blood. Not the same words, but that's what it said, basically. They get the warrant, and the warrant, I think it was the same day, the 15th, I do believe. They go in, they found what they said initially in the report was 94 blood splotches, okay? Drain, shower curtain, handle of the toilet, on the wall by the light switches. And they also said that they matched up to the same types of blood splotches they saw in the stairwell of the 1122 house and on the walls, which was new to me too. But then there was a mistake made, and we haven't got to that report yet, but I know because I've read forward in some of these where they said that, well, he made a mistake when he was putting it in the system that there's actually only 4. Right. And he didn't hold the shift key down when he hit 9 for the bracket, and it made 94. Don't.
That's fine. Next time a chick asks me fucking how tall I am, right? I'm 6 foot. I'm going to put 6 foot and then put fucking 6'5". And then when she says, oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally put the 5. I didn't mean to put the 5. It was just supposed to be the 6. Bullshit, dude. You're not going to see 2 numbers. You're going to maybe put the wrong number, maybe a 6 or a 7 or an 8 or a 2 or a 1, but you're going to put a 9 in front of the 4.
Well, he said he was trying to use whatever these things are called, parentheses, I think, or whatever. Anyway,
so you're telling me the only 4 swabs that they took from that fucking house were what the maintenance guy, where the maintenance guy told him the blood was? They didn't swab their own at all.
I don't believe it, dude. You know I don't believe it.
I don't know. Who was there first?
I'm just saying.
Who was there first, the maintenance guy or the police?
The maintenance guy.
So the maintenance guy went in there, and they still couldn't get a warrant until they had blood?
that's how they got the warrant, was because it had
Yeah.
to be yeah.
And then if you read, listen to this. I don't know if you've heard this yet, Terry, but listen to this. They specifically say that the drop pattern of the blood in his wherever the hell he was matched the same drop pattern as the blood on the handrail in 1122. So they're comparing basically the blood pattern to 1122.
Yes. There's an issue right there. So why did we not go any further with that? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because he.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Payne on the stand tells us that the reason that they didn't put the other unidentified blood in the system was because they already put Koberger's information in the system, and they didn't want to remember that he said that.
Yeah, we already had his name. So
they found this before they even knew who Koberger was, right?
Exactly.
Am I correct?
Well, yeah, on the 15th.
So why didn't they put that in?
That's what I'm saying.
Because my feeling on this truly is because of who he is. His last name is what it is. That's all it is. His last name is a very important last name in the state, let alone the city of Moscow, the area. His grandfather put a lot of money into the University of Idaho. He's just a very important person. So I had to go, okay, that's the only thing that makes any sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. And he wasn't as close to this circle of kids as everybody thinks he was. The only person he knew was Maddie. Kaylee didn't know him. He didn't know Kaylee, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Maybe they knew of him from just his name or whatever, or just see him passing. But Maddie's the only one that knew this guy.
I just want to know why you're comparing, you're saying that this and this is similar as far as blood dropping, but you're not testing the goddamn blood on the handrail. What?
I don't know.
What kind of reality is it, dude?
It's not. It's surreal. That's exactly what it is. The whole thing is surreal. If you ask Eddie, he's going to tell you that's the way it's supposed to be. That's all there is to it. And I got to agree with him at this point. This is the way this has been written out. It's been written out.
This is screwed up, dude.
This was never supposed to go to trial. Willie, you know this. We've talked about this in the past few days, and I agree with you. This was never supposed to go to trial because if this shit all came out, guess what's going to happen? The whole everything's going to implode. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I feel with this now. Okay. Now I'm not saying I'm still not going to say, because I told you I backed up a little bit because of these reports and other things that were said. As much as I don't believe Brian was involved, I'm still going to say we'll go with this, that he's involved until we get to the point where I can say 100% he's not involved. Yeah. And I'll keep my mind open at that point, guys. But I'm telling you, there's too many things now. That is one of the biggest things, because in the very beginning when I started covering this, I think you were here, Eddie, and I know you were here, Terry. We hadn't met Willie yet, but I put this on Jack Showalter in the beginning, and I said, well, fine. If they're going to say it's not him, he's cleared, whatever. Let's go back, though, to that one interview that was brought up with the Gonsalves, and I think it was Brian Enton or Libya, where they were saying there were people that were cleared way too soon. Were they referring to this situation?
Probably.
I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I saw that Simply Solo, I think it was her, that some in a past show, that rumor on the street was that the Showalters were buying a new wing or building for the.
They have, yes, they have. Hence the reason why Scott Green's been involved in everything. He's got to make sure everything goes a certain way. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Well, I guess my question is, like, where are the guilters? Where are these guilter channels going live about all the information in these documents that show Brian's guilty? How come they're not going live and covering that?
That's a great question.
That is a good question.
I don't know.
Oh, is it because there isn't any?
Why aren't they talking about stuff like this whole thing with Jack Showalter's apartment?
Because this goes against their narrative, what they project to their viewers. I guess my whole thing is this. We always heard about these terabytes, right? What was it? 40, 50 some terabytes, yada yada yada.
64, I think. Yeah.
Where is just like 2 documents on Brian, showing like some kind of evidence, like blatant evidence that they have that was supposedly hidden, going to be hidden until trial and this and that. Where is it?
I ain't seen it yet. Haven't seen it yet.
All I see is evidence on everybody else except Brian. It's just it's just amazing, dude.
Right. And Taylor, I forgot about this other thing. Taylor brought up Did you see? There was a refrigerator supposedly that was keeping the DNA fresh and all this kind of stuff that went bad.
Oh,
Interestingly enough, and
how
everything
convenient.
goes bad. How about that? That's interesting too. How about that?
How convenient.
Really.
Thank you. Oh,
I hate when it
yeah.
happens. I hate
That's
when
right,
it happens.
Chris. Yeah, we need to know if Jack Showalter got chronic nosebleeds. Exactly. There you go. Don't give him any ideas there, Chris. Don't give him no ideas now.
Well, it's not
Are
that.
you guys
They,
able to hear me?
they were doing blood. They were doing coke or
Yeah, you
whatever.
gotta turn your mic up, though, Eddie.
Here, I'll get it. Well, I think I turned him up a little bit more, but he's
Not
soft
that much.
spoken as it is. So go ahead,
Is
Eddie.
it, is it better?
Yeah, I think you're good now. I can hear you okay.
Okay, to answer Willie's question, the Gilter channels are now showing a picture of Brian Kohlberger's dad with a thumbs up and saying, "Oh, creepy," and he must see he knows something. I know he knows
Are they
something.
talking about his dad now? They want to go after his family?
Yeah, everybody's saying now that Michael Koberger
Okay.
helped him hide this and do this and that, and I'm calling bullshit. I'm sorry. That's just ignorant.
I'm calling the most bullshit ever.
Yeah, of course. Welcome, Barbara.
Let me ask you all a quick question about John Jack Showalter. And I wasn't here yesterday. I was I was on the panel, but I had to go suddenly, so I didn't. Maybe you all covered this yesterday, and I missed it.
Day before. We weren't here
Yeah,
yesterday.
the day before. Yeah,
Right.
You're right. So, do you all recall receiving the information way back in the day that John Jack Showalter is one of 5 brothers? His brother Hank was adopted from Kenya.
Yes.
Sam, 32 at the time, 32 years old at that time. And then Samuel, 28, who is a twin, and Ben, 28, who is a twin.
Yep.
And John, and then there was a question mark whether or not he's adopted or no.
I think
Yes.
he is. Eddie. I'm pretty
And
sure
that means he has at least 4 brothers, right, Eddie?
Yeah, right. Interesting.
Isn't that interesting, guys? We know that the DNA was broke down, and when it first got brought out, that it came from 4 brothers. Okay.
Okay. How
That's
if
all
they
I'm
were
gonna
4
say.
brothers,
Another
if
coincidence,
they were
right?
4 brothers and they were adopted, the DNA
that
wouldn't match.
Not if they're adopted, no, but they're
If they were adopted.
There's a whole thing with it, Terry, that we would have to go back through, which we will when it comes to that. It's going to happen. Welcome, Jody, William Tardy, Moonlit, Hemisphere. Hold on, guys. Gen 7, great to see you. And then, yeah, okay. Matt Emlo, good to see you, brother. Annie Ruler, welcome back to you. Lady Speedwill, everybody that's here, I will catch up. I appreciate you guys being here.
And Dago, real quick, the way I came across that information is because after that police report, then I got curious. So I went back and I looked at some of these videos way back in time. And it was a December 4th video at Truth and Transparency's channel.
Mm-hmm.
The video is titled Moscow, Idaho, John Jack Showalter, Person of Interest in UOI Murders. So I would suggest everyone goes to that video and check it out. But in that video, it's interesting because she's mentioning that he may have had a romantic interest in Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
And he would make it a point to run into her at places around town to like stalk or to.
That is stalking. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So I don't know how, now with the passing of all that time, if that is still Lana's belief or if that has been debunked, I don't know, but I haven't heard a lot of discussion about it since. So I'm curious to know if anyone's been talking about that.
I haven't heard it, but.
Did you hear that? Okay, so like everything else, we hear something and then it gets debunked. So who knows what? But I also remember hearing that Showalter was kicked out of the bar that night.
It wasn't Showalter.
It wasn't Showalter?
No, it was Cole Berenberg that got thrown out that night for being creepy and weird. We already went through that report about 2 days ago, I think.
I guess all I'm saying is take Jack Showalter's name out of it for a second and insert Brian Koberger's name, right? And then look at everything that say Brian Koberger did, right? He had blood in his apartment. He fled after, these crimes happened. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Brian didn't do any of them things, but this kid did, and he's not a person of interest. Come on.
That's what pisses me off, dude.
Right
there.
I agree with you. Wholeheartedly. And like I said, we pointed all these things out 2.5, almost 3 years ago, you guys, and we're told, no, he's cleared. Stop looking at him. Stop talking about him. Stop calling him.
I want to know what piece of evidence cleared him. Did he have a fucking alibi? Did he have something? I'm gonna come on. There has to be a reason you cleared him, unless it's just because of who he is.
It's right there. What Michelle just said. They're politically involved and extremely wealthy. Period. That's it.
That's sick.
They bought multiple new wings to the university and added different things and have given money over the years. They're alumni. Okay. And they're very politically involved in the state. So that, in my opinion, is exactly right there. Why?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Wasn't it being said that JS is related to Major League? Yeah, I've heard that too. Buck Showalter too. There's many people that John Jack Showalter is related to that makes him very important. They have a lot of money, folks, and money makes the world go round, as we all know. It doesn't matter what you do. If you have money or your family has money, guess what? You're free to do whatever you pretty much want.
Look at fucking Bill and Hillary Clinton. Like they've been doing whatever they want for their whole lives.
Basically, yes, they have. Yes, they have.
I'm just saying, dude. In any other country, they'd be in jail. But because they have money here and politically motivated, all the same shit that we're talking about Jack's family.
Anybody that has a political connection to anything is free to do as they please. So
seems like it.
Pretty damn sad. All right, guys. So I think we're all on the same page as far as questions that we have at this point. Thank you guys all for joining us. 145 people in the house. Looks like we have 66 likes. What in the hell is going on with that? Come on, y'all. At least pretend like you like me for a little bit. Put the likes in here for these three, if nothing else. Please and thank you. Welcome, Death Valley. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And all right, the next one we have up here is number 96. Like I said, some of these I will go through fully. Cat's Meow, welcome. Noni, Death Valley. Thank you for the like button, guys. Anybody that's hit it. Aries Spire, good to see you. Jody Walters, welcome back. I think I'm getting everybody. Miss Girl, good to see you. London Storm, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Tommy Boy, good to see you. Barbara, again, good to see you. Yeah, they cleared him over the phone. That's how it was. Who does that? How do you clear somebody in a murder case over the phone without even seeing them?
Answers my question.
That's a joke. That's a damn joke. This is the worst police work you've ever seen. Okay, that's granted. We'll say that they've made mistakes. It goes beyond making mistakes, in my opinion. I'm just gonna say
exactly. It's deliberate. It's deliberate shitty police work.
Yeah, you can't make. These aren't all mistakes. They're being done. A lot of this stuff is being done on purpose. I do agree. Thank you, Tandy. All right. Next up. So this here was again Dustin Blaker. Let me share it with you first. We don't need the sound on that one, and this one here. Here we go. Dustin Blaker's report: towing of vehicles and removal of ECUs. And this just shows the towing for the Wrangler, the Ford Explorer, the Chevy Cruze. On November 29th of 22, I was tasked with having 5 vehicles from 1122 moved to the city shop located in North Van Buren. Blank Blank Towing was the only vehicle able to accommodate the towing of the vehicles. I watched Blank Blank hook up to each vehicle as I then followed each vehicle from 1122 to the city shop. On 1129, I met with DA, FBI DFE agent out of Salt Lake City. I assisted Agent A with removing the ECU from the Jeep Wrangler belonging to Ethan Chapin. So what they're saying, guys, is there's a little computer in each one of these vehicles that they took out so that they could see exactly what these vehicles did that night. Excuse me, sorry, and go through those types of things. Aaron Morris was the agent with Agent A when he removed the ECUs from the Ford Explorer belonging to Ethan Chapin and a Chevy Cruze belonging to Madison Mogan. OFC Morris took possession of the ECUs and I assisted him with booking them into property. The ECUs were shipped to Salt Lake. The FBI could retrieve data from them once they were done, shipped the ECUs back to the PD. I received a large package around December 22nd of 22. I opened the package on 12/27 and found 3 ECUs in the box. We were told Agent A would not be able to come back to Moscow for several weeks to reinstall the ECUs. I contacted K.R. blank fleet supervisor. I asked R if he and his mechanics could reinstall the ECUs. All you do is plug them in. It's not hard. And he told me he could. I provided him with the ECUs and they had them installed the same day. End of story. That was kind of dumb, but okay. All you do is plug it in and bolt it back down. I guess not everybody knows that. That's all right. Number 97. Transport of deceased blank to... okay. This should be interesting. Again, if anybody has questions or any thoughts on anything, stop me. I'll back up. Whatever we got to do, just let me know. So this is, again, Dustin Blaker. Transport of deceased to blank. On November 13th of 22, I was at 1122 King Road assisting with the homicide investigation and search warrant at the address. Blank was called to remove the 4 deceased and then transport them to Spokane for autopsies to be performed. At around 21:28 hours, I had Officer J. Waters follow Blank when they transported Xana and Ethan from 1122 to their facility. I had Officer Waters stay at Blank with Xana and Ethan so they could return and transport Kaylee and Madison. I followed Blank from 1122 King Road back to the facility after they collected Kaylee and Madison. Once at Blank, I watched PH blank blank place name tags on the 4 deceased along with corresponding numbers to help identify them. I then placed evidence tape on the body bags, sealing the bags up until they arrive in Spokane and the autopsies can be completed. I photographed the evidence tape and I have burned these photos on a DVD, which was booked into evidence. I then saw H place the 4 deceased into a cooler located in the facility. That's it. That was certified as of January 4th, and then Dustin Blaker signed off on it there too. So they were taken out. They started removing the bodies. People had questions about that. He said around, where'd it go? 28 hours for anybody that didn't know that. It's about 9 something, I think.
Yeah, 9:28.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, 9:28. And from everybody was like trying to say that they didn't do this, they didn't do that. All that they do, they closed the street down, folks. They blocked everything off. They made all the reporters go away. They put up a canopy. They put them in the back of the vehicles and they took them out. That's how it happened. That way everybody understands.
Yeah, does somebody have a beeping noise that's going on in their house or something? Or no?
Not here. Not here.
Okay. Well, somebody does. Somebody in chat's hearing it, and it's
somebody have.
So I told you to get fucking rid of them in the beginning, but whatever.
You what? What'd you say now? Hold on.
I said there's something must be beeping and fucking making the dog go crazy down there. So yeah, I don't know if somebody has a smoke detector battery out or whatever, but it ain't me. I'm always outside, so you know.
Yeah, I don't have mine. I just actually changed my batteries in mine.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Not me. Not me. I don't.
It's not Dago. It's not me. So, are you ready? Has to be one of
I've been
them.
on mute, so.
I don't hear it. It sounds like a smoke detector. It might have been. My kid just came in and did something in the living room, so it could have been him for a second, but I don't hear it now if it was, so I don't know. Either way. Okay, on we go. Next up we have, okay, so this is another warrant return. I'm not going to jump into that one. Let's see. Next up, another one. Blue Ridge Warrant Service. We're not going to jump into that one. Extreme Network Warrant. These are all the warrants. There's no good, nothing interesting to pull out of these. So we're going to go forward. Give me 1 minute. We're at number 101. God, there's so many of these too. 101. Okay, here we go. Let's blow it up. This is another one of Payne's reports. I've been really, really interested in the ones that Payne has filled out because, in my opinion, they're interesting. This one may not be but this is collection of additional evidence, and listed on here we have nightstand, pink comforter, blue blanket, pillows, mattress, bed frame, pillows, sheet, nightstand, pillows. Approximately 1,400 hours on 1/6. This is January 6th of 23. Assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and FBI. Additional evidence items were collected from the 1122 King Road. The above items were collected and transported to the Moscow PD and booked into evidence. So, were these the people that showed up, the cowboys or whatever, the first group of them? I don't know, but it says members of Idaho State and FBI. And I certify or declare under okay, so that's all there was on that. Extra evidence. Awesome. This is Danny Vargas, release of. So it looks like Dylan's name. Release of Dylan Mortenson's personal items, January 4th. Same thing they did. I released the remainder of Dylan Mortenson's personal items to blank, 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 blank. Signed for the items, signed release attached electronically to the case, January 5th. I learned from Bill Thompson per the recent signed court order to hold all evidence. Dylan's items fell under that order. Thompson stated his office would contact Dylan Mortenson and make arrangements to have Dylan's. What? Really? That's convenient. Listen to this again. So they released, Danny Vargas released Dylan Mortenson's personal items from her home and from that they had of hers on January 4th. And it says, I released the remainder of Dylan Mortenson's personal property to such and such person. On January 5th, the day after, I learned from the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, per the recent signed court document, to hold all evidence. Dylan's items fell under that order. Thompson stated his office would contact Dylan Mortenson and make arrangements to have Dylan's items returned to the police department. On January 6th, Sergeant Blaker traveled to Boise, picked up Dylan's personal belongings from LR, and transported them back to MPD. So she had those for at least 24 hours.
Wow. What?
And they fell as under evidence. How do you mess that up?
Do we know who LR is yet?
I don't. LR signed for the item, signed release attached. I don't know who that is.
Who the hell is this LR person? They're everywhere.
Somebody that's in law enforcement, right?
No, this is somebody that was close to her, either family or friend, that they released these items to.
Yeah, I tried Seahawk. I'm sorry. I don't know.
So she had these items that were listed as evidence for over 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went and picked them back up. So who knows what went on with those things, whatever they are.
Yeah. Wow. So I'm gonna know who this is. We need to figure out who this person is, dude. LR.
Dogbone, you're fine. Okay, just let it go. We've moved past it. Just participate. As long as nobody's being nasty to anybody, we're fine.
Oh my God, what the hell's going on now?
Annie said it's her mother, Lily.
Oh, you found out? You figured it out? Okay.
Good point, Annie. Good point. Thank
Lily.
you. Lily. Okay. Thank you. All right. Annie. Thank you, Annie. All right, we're good on that one. Still, it's Lily Robb. That's it right there. I was trying to think of the last name. I couldn't remember it. Bingo. Thank you much. Welcome, Moonbreaker. Good to see you. Wade Bird, good to see you. Of course, Annie would know. Annie knows. She's going to say, I don't know nothing, but you know how she is. We love Annie. So I find it weird that they release these items. She's had them for 24 hours and they pick them back up. I'm not saying anything happened, guys. It's just odd. It's another dumb mistake that they've made here. That's all.
And now we know why Josiah Roloff.
But now we know why. Just 24 hours. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Annie. That's why they brought this person in. That's ignorant. Another accidental mistake they made. How about that? So many of these accidents. So many of these accidents. What a joke. We made a mistake, guys. Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to do that?
We have to go back and fix it. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, guys, real quick. The boss lady's talking to me. 1 second.
I wish we can do that in life. If we make a mistake, we can just go back and fix it and come up with some bullshit excuse, and everybody believes us. Oh yeah, 4 instead of 94. Oh okay. Oh boy.
What would Southern logic say? He says, you can only stack coincidences so high.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Sorry about that. The boss was talking to me. Now, what were you saying, Willie?
We're talking about the mistakes, all the mistakes.
Oh, yeah, the mistakes. The mistakes. How do we make this many mistakes in a murder investigation to bat? Okay. That's what my big issue is. I don't
bring bad luck, really.
I mean, it seemed like they were on the right path.
Yeah, that's really bad luck. Good point there, Eddie. I mean, I've never seen anybody with that bad luck in my life, but okay.
Yeah, but it seems like they were on the right path. I mean, they chose not to fucking test the blood DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they handcuffed themselves.
Well, they didn't need to. They had their guy, Willie.
Oh, well, that's a crockish. But since when? Since when, like, do cops arrive to a scene, say, of 1, 2, 3 dead people, and all of a sudden it's just like, all right, we got one guy's name, we're cool with it, and not pursue, the one guy they get, and then the other 2 names that guy gives them that he was with, and then all 3, 4 wind up paying the price. I mean, that happens 98, 99% of the time. So what the fuck?
According to Payne, they already had his stuff in the system, so they couldn't check anybody else. They didn't want to lose what they had.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, Terry. I gotta tell you, they didn't want to lose anything that they already had. Who says that? And how does that? No, it doesn't work that way. And for them to think that anybody believes that, come on. That's insane to me. We can't put nothing else in because we don't want to lose the other stuff.
When he said that, I thought I was going to fall off my chair. I was just like, oh my God, I have never, am I like in the Matrix?
Yeah, we are. Well, if you look in the background, that's why that's running like that back there. Because that's what this whole thing is to me, is the damn Matrix. There's Lucy. Hello. And now he works for the U of I. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, it is, P. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, is that why he's not a police officer and he's a security guard now? That could be why. Because I told you guys they were going to throw him under the bus. When all this comes out, they're going to throw him under the bus. Of anybody. You remember me saying that, Eddie?
I do.
That's what's going to happen. He's going to get thrown under the bus, and all they're going to blame it on is, well, his inexperience. Well, you made him the lead detective on this, so whose fault is it? I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet, Tandy, but I've heard, and we're going to check it out.
The guy gets on a stand, doesn't know fucking hole from his ass. Well, I don't know.
They had to have it that way. Willie, if he actually knew anything, he probably wouldn't have played ball with them. That's why I said he wasn't the lead detective. He was just the face from MPD. The FBI was running this case the whole time, period.
Well, of course they were. I mean, he also said that he didn't know where Mundy's machinery was.
Right. You live here, but you don't know where that's at. Yeah.
You're a police officer.
And by the way, I just want to say, dude, because, and I know like we don't call other channels here, but like this really isn't a channel. This is just somebody that fucking got famous from talking about Wade Wilson. Dude, this jumpsuit Pablo fucking character. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people, dude. But literally, this shows how misinformed this case is. He literally went live, or not live. He literally like talked about Brian's L's that he had on his prison jumper, and got like 200,000 people to tune in and believe that Brian is a Lucifer fucking worshiper.
I know. I saw. Somebody sent me the thing, and I was
Did
like,
you see that shit, dude? I forgot to call him out my live yesterday, but I just wanted to like bring that up because he like that is the most stupidest shit I've ever seen, and like he's making money off that video, bro, and it's complete. It's a complete fabrication. It means it's a large.
It's a large. That's what it is. It states the size that the jumpsuit is. And there's people that look at this and say these things, and they want to believe it, Eddie or Willie. That's why. Okay. They want to believe it.
200,000 people watched that video. I didn't even click on the goddamn thing. I haven't even clicked on it. I just looked at the title and I just drooled a little bit. And I was like, what the?
Yes, I know. It's clickbait, dude.
Oh,
that's all it is. It's
God,
all clickbait.
I know, but like he used to be like cool and normal and shit, and then I watched him go from like cool and normal to like him talking about like the Wade Wilson phone calls and shit. And all of a sudden, he started getting new teeth, and then like he started changing a little bit. Now he just reports on fucking anything, and people believe him because he went to jail for like a week. It's like what
that's what makes his money for him.
I guess, but like,
and he said. I think it means Linda Lane. I think I heard somebody else said that too before. Right? You gotta love these guys. You gotta love them. Oh, that's what it was. This girl saying that everybody thought it meant Linda Lane. Jesus Christ, people. There are some serious
Lucifer worshiper.
Next thing you know, they're going to be saying,
hundreds of people were commenting like, "Oh my God, it makes sense why he worships Lucifer." It's like Jesus, this is insane.
And these people all breathe the same oxygen we do, you guys. That's the scary part. That's the scary part.
And that's the whole problem with. I mean, MSM is one thing, but that's the whole problem with this as well is you have one channel talking about something completely fabricated, 200,000 views, and then another channel could talk about something that is true, factual, and like whatever, and it'll get 3, 4, 5, 6, 10,000 or whatever, 20,000.
Dude, I get 1,000 views on a video, or if I'm lucky, 1,200, maybe 2,000 if I'm lucky, and that's good for me because I sit here and talk about factual stuff, and I don't bring out dumb shit.
I'm just saying it goes to show you that people care more about like the juicy drama and bullshit behind stuff rather than like the factual information.
It's all about entertainment, bro, and it's disgusting. It really is.
Weird. Yeah, but I mean, I understand that when we're talking about like movies or music and shit, but we're talking about like people's lives here and like freedoms.
That's what it is.
I just find that very sick, man.
My channel. My channel is Surviving the Truth. It's with Rory and Kelly. And
right.
She was trafficked for almost 20 years, and I mean we barely can get people to come to the show, and it's about education and trafficking and all.
Because it's real life, Terry. It's not something you can turn into something else. You know what I mean? That's the why.
It's not juicy like, oh my God, this quadruple homicide killer might worship the devil. Like, that's what people give a shit about, I guess, rather than like you said, the truth. But that's just the reality. That's just our society we live in today, unfortunately.
That's what it's all about.
But anyway, I just wanted to call that out real quick.
The lady that interviewed, I don't know if it was like the mayor or somebody, I don't know, and then the chief of police. And she asked him, the chief of police, so is Moscow a safe town now or something like that? And he's like, yep, it's safe now.
That's what they wanted.
And I'm like, no towns are safe. No, I'm sorry. No,
it's always
been that's what they needed. Yeah,
it's always been safe.
It was a targeted attack and yada yada yada. Remember they told us all that targeted and.
Well, now, guys.
Now Xana was stabbed more than Kaylee. What the fuck?
That's it. And now they're saying that if you listen to the press conference, the two investigating detectives said, "Well, the house was targeted. We don't know why. We don't know who was targeted." What? Okay. Okay.
All right. Cool story, bro.
And then
what that tells us all? It tells us that the crime was solved, and they know that whoever did it is
Yep.
not going to be doing it again. They know that person. They know what happened already.
Mm.
And they
That's
have
how
to say that to the community so that everyone just gets back to normal. Quit dwelling on it. We got this. You're safe. Don't
Yep.
worry about
Don't
it.
worry, he's in South Africa. You guys are
Thank
completely
you.
fine to come back to the university. He's not even in the country anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess what I meant by no town is safe is that no town is safe. I mean, just because this case is so-called solved, that does not mean that that town is safe.
No,
There
it
are
doesn't.
other people that are not.
I'll tell you right now, the case was solved the week after it happened, in my opinion. I'll just tell you
They
that.
started building the firing squad place. They started revamping that with $75,000 March of 2023.
Right. They're done. They're done. Or yeah, I know what you're saying, Terry, 100%. Cat Lady says, yep, this does mean the case is closed until someone reopens it, which is not going to happen. That's not going to, unless they bring feudal evidence out that shows that Brian did not do this, or if he did, who else was involved in it. It's closed. It's done. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. Life goes on. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. There's Christina. Good to see you there. Welcome back. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. Brian, good to see you, Brian. Good to have you here. I don't think I missed anybody else, but this is insanity right here. This is the insanity we've been looking at. We've been being told that we're insane, we're crazy, we're pro-burgers, we're this, we're conspiracy theorists, all that, because we see all these things and we've seen these things, and it's here it is. Here it all is. But that's okay. It doesn't matter now because the case is closed. What else are they going to do with it?
That's what I mean.
That's why they're giving it to us now, because it's done. He's in prison. He's pled guilty. Blah blah blah. We'll see.
So sick. That's so disgusting.
We got 39 or 38 days left to see what happens.
Why did he plead guilty?
Because this could never go to trial.
Yep, that's it right there. It was never supposed to.
Fuck. All this information was allowed to be able to come out in front of jury and especially in front of the cameras. Could you imagine all this? Every night, the Court TV, Law Network, every goddamn channel talking about how screwed up this case is. Yada, yada. They didn't want that.
The University of Idaho and the City of Moscow.
They want all eyes off of them.
Right. Exactly. That's it. Case closed. Moving on. Nothing to see here, folks. Bring your kids to our college. Please.
And in my opinion, the only reason we got this information is because what's his name tweeted about it or whatever it's called on his True Social or whatever. That's the only reason that they put this shit out so early, in my opinion. Because the president said something about, that the victims' families deserve this and that. And, I think without that, we don't get none of this shit. That's just my opinion.
You're right. And JS, I said it the other day. If we go by 38 days and nothing happens, I told you I have no choice. That's it. Brian pled guilty. We're done. That's it. I told you I'm okay. I may not like it, but I'll be okay with it. That's all I can do at that point. But I will never stop pointing this out, and I will never stop talking about this until this comes to the surface. I'm done with it. Period. That's all there is to it. So.
That's what I mean, and I don't see, and I don't get these troll people who are, think that Brian did it. Fine, whatever. But they need to stop attacking people that are asking questions, because guess what? Steve G is also asking the same questions and saying the same exact shit. He's saying that the victims were basically, what did he call them? The university basically used the victims as, you know what I mean?
I know exactly what
you're saying. That they covered it all up, that the university covered it all up, and that the victims, and that's why the victims aren't going to get the full justice they deserve. This is Steve G. This is a victim's father saying it. So if people are going to come at us for saying this shit, then go attack, a victim's family member. Go do that.
It's a fact.
But you won't.
It's a fact.
But you won't.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true.
And that's the whole problem with this case, dude. People, the pro-burgers, nobody fucking wants to fall in love with Brian. That's not what we're saying here. We
just want
our rights. But that's too much to ask, I guess.
And we don't want to see this happen to anybody else, because that's what this proves, that this can happen to you, your cousin, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your mom, dad, me, Willie, Eddie, anybody, because it's right here in front of us. It's happening right now. That's the problem. And that's why it's talked about. That's why it's never going to stop being talked about until they make it right. That's all there is to it. Welcome, Linda. Good to see you.
Maybe I'm just a little more pissed off because people are like, oh, did you know him? Did you know his family? Yeah, I fucking did. Okay, so like to me, it amplifies a little bit because I'm always looking over my shoulder, dude. When I walk into a store, I use my fucking shirt to open up the fucking door, and like if I go somewhere, like I'm never trying to touch anything because look, you're touching anything, winds up somewhere, boom, you're a suspect. Your whole life.
One more thing I'm gonna, and this pisses me off. So I swear you'll know why. I'm so tired and I'm done with hearing people try to say that Brian ignored his parents, his mom and his sister during court. No, he fucking didn't. He wasn't allowed to talk to them. He wasn't allowed to hug them or do anything like that. When they were taking him out of the courtroom, he started to stop to try to turn towards them and they walked him forward. He cannot go over, hug, and have a party and picnic lunch with them while he's in a court hearing for murder, folks. He wasn't ignoring them whatsoever. That's ignorant for people.
He's already said that. Yeah, he's already said that he cares about his family and his dog more than anything in the world. So
100%. And they need to get off of his family. They need to leave them be. Leave them be. I'm just sick of seeing that kind of shit. It's ignorant. Anyway, moving forward.
Wait, I have a question for Eddie, real quick. Eddie, why did they not have him stand when he was sentenced? And why did he not have to face the judge the way that they're supposed to be facing?
Those are good questions. I hadn't considered that before.
Idaho does their own special rules with everything, Terry. They do whatever they want. I don't know if they didn't have him stand on purpose for security reasons or if it was just because. It is a good question, though. It's an interesting question because typically that does happen in any other court case I've seen.
Maybe it was pre-discussed.
Like does whatever they want.
If he was wearing like shackles on his wrists, maybe his attorneys maybe already ensured that that discussion took place before they went live, and to ensure he's not showing the world.
Yeah, maybe that was part of the plea, right?
Shackles.
Maybe that was part. Could he make that part of the plea? Like, fine, I'll plead to this, but I want to see my family. I want to say goodbye to my family, yada, yada, yada. So, like you just said, Eddie, this all could have happened off camera. We don't know.
Right.
Very good points, guys. Very good points. It's really sad, though. Really sad, because his mother looked so horribly sad. It broke my heart looking at her face. His sister even looked kind of sad, and they're not to blame for this. None of them are. They didn't raise him, even if he would have done this.
Oh, the one who called the FBI on him? Yeah.
That bullshit, yeah. His mother is such a sweet person. It's very sad that people are calling this out. And his dad, he's not a bad person either. It just makes me nuts. Nuts.
No, it's infuriating. And they're making fun of their appearance as well. I'm not going to name the channel, but...
I know. I saw about her neck and stuff like, are you kidding me? Grow the fuck up.
For real.
Grow up.
That's what they have. That's what they use to paint him as something he's not. That is the connection. Of course, it is not a connection. It's meaningless.
Right.
And yeah, it's infuriating. It's just as low as you can go.
I see you.
Dago, I want to help you out though. And this will just take a moment. But a couple days ago, you had mentioned the multiple weapons, and it's in the court record, and you couldn't recall it in the moment during that live stream. So I went on a quest. Gen 7 kind of guided me. When you go back in time and trying to locate some of these documents, it's hard to recover them. But we've all been over this document. It is April 24th, 2025. Order on defendant's motion in limine regarding vague and undisclosed expert testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So because it was an order that it was found in, it kind of made it even harder to find because I was looking for a motion. Defense motion or something. But here it is on page 7 regarding Darren Gilbertson. I'll read it. It's just a sentence or two. There is direct and indirect evidence that attempts were made by the suspects to clean up the crime scene after the homicides, which would have taken far longer than the crime interval alleged by the state. And there were multiple weapons used against Kaylee Goncalves, and Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time.
So right back at the very beginning, read that first part again where you say the indirect and or direct and indirect. Yeah. Read that first line again, Eddie, real quick, slowly, if you could, please.
Okay, I'll copy paste it and then just put it in.
Yeah. Okay. There's a reason why I'm saying this for one word that's stated in that line. But there it is, guys, right there. It's in a document that there's multiple weapons. But the thing I want him to read, and if he posts it, I'm gonna show you the word I'm talking about. That came out of a investigating detective's mouth. Quite interesting to me. And thank you guys all again for joining us again. Please, if you have not, please hit that like button on your way through. We appreciate it. Right here. There is direct and indirect evidence that attempts were made by the suspect with an S on the end of it, which means it's plural, folks, more than one, to clean up the crime scene after the homicide, which would have taken far longer than the time interval alleged.
Oh,
interesting. So more than 7 minutes, huh? So everything.
So Brian cleaned up. So Brian cleaned up too. So Brian had multiple knives, he had a gun, and he cleaned up. And a flashbang.
This is the same document that states that Xana and Ethan were killed at the same time.
And he's John Wick.
Multiple weapons, multiple suspects. Why are we even talking about this at this point? Why is he sitting in jail?
Why? Well, that's it. Why are we still talking? Like, it's amazing. Like, this is, dude. That's fantasy. This is fantasy. For us to even like figure out how he would do it, that's fantasy, dude. Nobody can do that. Nobody.
Nope.
I mean, maybe maybe some fucking SEAL or something like that. But
maybe if Inspector Gadget was one of the killers, I could see that. That would make sense. So
yeah, I pasted the other half of the copy.
And then in the state and two, there were multiple weapons used against Kaylee Goncalves, and Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time. All of these right here. This entire paragraph tells the whole story to me.
Yeah, I hate being taken as a fucking fool, man.
I know, Tandy.
It's crazy. And I'll paste the document right here in the date.
That's what I've been saying from the beginning, man. There's 6 minutes. Everybody fucking wanted to scream at me and bitch at me and say, no. Now clean up. Hell no. Let alone not clean up. So what do you do? Drag a Swiffer on his ass, dude? Like, what are we talking here?
Right. So now we have the investigating detectives are telling us the opposite of what the PCA says. They're telling us that there's more than one suspect, more than one weapon. The timeline is not right.
What the flying fuck?
All of those things have been now completely degraded by the investigating detectives.
And I'm sorry, what's the date on this? When did they know this?
That date is April 24th, 2025. Well,
I'm going to tell you
it's in text. Dago, if you want to highlight that document.
Where's it at, bud?
It is, so I answered William Tardy's question about which document it is. So,
okay. Let me see here.
It's the order on defendant's motion in limine regarding bagging undisclosed expert testimony.
Yeah, and I'll be able to, if it's still there, because, they've been taking things out, I'll pull it up and we can go through that too, guys, just to show you the whole thing. Again, but they're saying in April of this year, they knew about that. Yes, you can, Miss Potts. You don't have to ask. You know better than that, Annie.
So you're telling me one of those two girls didn't clean up? Is that really what you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me that none of them were involved in the cleanup? Neither of them?
I mean,
Come on.
I don't believe that.
Come on.
I know you don't believe that. I'm pretty sure Eddie
I mean,
don't believe
not
that.
now. After reading what the hell I just read, and this is why information, and this is why facts are so important, dude. And just I just can't imagine being somebody that just reads this and goes, oh, okay, no mind, no big deal, Brian.
Right.
What the fuck? Look at that.
Right.
Evidence of cleanup. So that means they sprayed. So right there is why so it wasn't contained to 2 rooms. So there was a blood trail. So they did have to basically spray shit all over the whole house. But that's not what they said.
That truly does explain an 8-hour delay too, in my opinion. It always has.
A little bit.
Was that MIL ruled upon? Wait a minute. What do you mean, Tomboy?
Where's that?
Ruled upon. Was that motion in limine ruled upon?
Oh, was it ruled? It was an order, wasn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, the order.
Okay. So then, yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, Annie, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, isn't it? It should be.
I don't think it is.
All right, hold on. Here you go. Sorry, Annie. That's my fault.
How do you do it now? How are you doing that? How are you pinning it? How are you pinning it to the top? What are you doing?
You just pin it. You put it once you post it in your chat, and then you go over to the YouTube side, and then it'll say you right click and it says pin message or whatever. You can just do that. Sorry about that, guys. There's the link in chat.
So I gotta do it from YouTube. Okay. So I gotta figure out how to close a window, go to YouTube and do it. Okay. Because I always have to drop it. It's annoying.
No, I get that's why I'm gonna do it right now and fix it. But it's in the chat, Annie. If you see it, I'm gonna pin it too. Since I didn't, I thought my apologies, you guys. I got ahead of myself as I do because of my ADHD. 1 second. Let's do this again because it's gonna be easier to do.
In a little while though, I'm gonna hop down and take a ride down to the pizzeria and get something to eat.
Okay. You don't have the way they don't deliver for you?
Well, it's really nice out and I want to take the bike down.
Absolutely. Welcome, Miss Annie. How are you?
Hey.
Hello. What up?
How are you?
Good. How you doing? Hey, can you hear me okay? Because I'm in my car.
Yeah, we can see you.
You sound good. We can see you too. I hope you're okay with that.
I mean, yeah, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Hey, how you doing?
Yo.
There you go. Okay. Mayhem and Miracles, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Annie.
Anytime.
Always happy to have you here. So, what did you think about that document that Eddie just brought up, Annie? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I was listening. That's from one of the defense filings, right?
Yeah, it was the order filed on April 24th. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So it's my understanding that's the defense investigators. That's their theory. Multiple perps, multiple weapons. That was going to be the theory that they argued in court had he not taken a plea.
Yeah.
Hey, what about the cleanup?
Right. That's what I'm saying. They were going to argue all that at trial. So I think what the plan here was to literally not only impeach the officer's testimony, but impeach the 2 survivors as well. Right?
Good point. I'll be right back. Keep talking, guys.
And now that's not going to happen. The plan was to impeach these people. Okay. And I think that's why Miss Mathis was taking so many notes during these victim impact statements, especially for Dylan and the one that Emily read out for Bethany. I noticed she was taking a lot of notes.
But I guess my thing is like, can they write that there's evidence of cleanup without them actually doing the work to find evidence of cleanup? Like, can they just write whatever they want?
No, not at all. No. Like these defense experts, because when they're filing their affidavits, these defense experts, not only when they're filing their affidavits, but their summary reports on their findings and what they plan to testify to, that's all like sworn under oath. They're definitely not just making shit up by flying by the seat of their pants.
I just wanted to clear that up for any of the filters and shit out there that are going to say, oh, well, you know. So if they found evidence of cleanup, then I'm assuming the investigators found evidence of cleanup as well. So what is that in any of the paperwork that has come out about?
Not so far. I'm up to like 260 something in these things, and I haven't seen anything yet about anybody saying like, we noticed this was clean. But then again, that would probably be in IFP reports if it exists. It's not going to be in MPD reports. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that would be like your crime scene text from IFP, maybe in their report or something.
I'm just saying it would make sense why, you know, I'm not saying obviously a biohazard, but it would make sense why they deemed the house whatever, because they had to spray shit all over because there was so much fucking cleanup. That would make a lot of sense rather than, you know, no blood trail, no this, no that. Okay, sure, fine. But now hearing there's cleanup, this all kind of makes sense then.
Probably one of the biggest things so far that stuck out to me that I could think of from what I read today was that Brett Payne had 2 USBs in an envelope in a locked cabinet in his office for approximately 8 to 9 months that he didn't realize he had, and it's specifically pertaining to the aerial surveillance of Lambsden Drive, the Koberger parents' residence. I said, no shit. So he held on to those 2 USBs for the drone footage and the aerial surveillance that took place for like freaking 8 months or whatever in his little locked cabinet in his office. I thought that was pretty interesting. We have a couple of examples, not only Maori, but now Payne as well. Like, oh, oops, I didn't even know I had it, or I just recently found the emails or whatever. It's like, yeah. And another one that I read today that was pretty interesting. What was the other one? It had to do with specific like piece of evidence. Oh, that's what it was. When they went to go recollect the thing they gave to Dylan on accident that needed to be brought back because the defense wanted it, right? It was Blaker who went and picked it up from her, and in his report, it looks like it sat in his car for 3 days before it was actually booked into evidence.
Right. That's interesting, isn't it?
It's like Proctor. It's like fucking Proctor and these people all over again. Dawn Daniels had some evidence that she also
it's like
held
that dude
for like
driving
10
with
fucking days before she turned it over.
No, it's like that dude driving with the fucking blood in the solo cuffs in a grocery bag and then leaving his car for however long the hell he left in his car. That's insane. That is insane.
Yeah, he's a sneaky little piece of whatever, isn't he?
Hell yeah.
I just think it's fucking hysterical that like, okay, so they accidentally give her this device. This is likely the same device that Josiah Roloff later recovers all of this deleted and altered shit.
I agree.
Okay. That she's been in possession of for the last 24 hours that her mom picked up for her. Like,
and it don't take long to delete things.
You know, I'm just saying, I mean, that's exactly what it sounds like. And then even when they would go back to get it, Blaker then just leaves it in his car for 3 days. It's wild. It's fucking wild.
Well, if you go back to some of the reports we were reading, I was saying before a couple of days ago, Thursday and Friday, and a lot of this stuff that they put into evidence, certain things they put into an envelope and shove it into to go back and review at a later date. You would think certain stuff that they had should have been looked at right now. It needed to be looked at right now, and they just makes me wonder how much stuff was looked over or forgotten about. Maybe they just didn't go back to it at all. Well, Here we are. I mean, I'm sure it's bullshit. Yeah, and that's a good point, Lucy. Why would they not already download everything?
Yeah, knocking the house down just solidifies it all, dude.
These aren't mistakes, folks. These are too convenient to be mistakes, and there's too many of them to be mistakes, in my opinion. This was done on purpose. I'm sorry.
You're right.
All of these reports Were these people that were brought into the station and actually it was, video and it's not just a cop?
Well, I know for a fact that
writing.
Jack Showalter wasn't. They cleared him over the fucking phone.
Right.
How about that? Let's see,
It's my understanding. Understanding, though, like as far as Dylan and Bethany go, yes, those are recorded. If I remember correctly in the reports, it's body worn camera recorded, and then whatever the interview room that they brought her in, that room automatically records as well, like inside the room. So
right.
And there's a body worn camera. So, but then again, there are a lot of interviews that I read through in Brett Payne's reports when he's following up on tips. Many of his reports say, I did not record this conversation.
Wow.
So he's following up on a lot of these tips, but he isn't recording any of the conversations for the tips, and he's writing up the report, a long time later. So it's like, you're just going based off memory. Like, if you didn't record it,
how do you remember?
So isn't there video? I mean, shouldn't there be video and audio footage of both of their
yes,
like questionings?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I think, in my opinion, the reason I want to see those is I get we have the transcripts, but I just want to hear and see like how they were initially right after this happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Reaction. I agree with you on that. Since it just reminded me too, Andy, because I haven't talked to you since, but what are your thoughts about the transfer of the DNA to Othram? How that went down?
I mean, I think the entire day of November 22nd is very interesting. If you go and look at all the reports that are being, or things that are being done, November 21st, November 22nd, and it's all surrounding the same day that this sheet and or profile from the sheet and or both are being moved. So, I mean, I don't know what to think of it. Like,
I have
other.
Go ahead.
I just, it is what it is. To me, this is why I truly believe, like, as I read through this shit, even on my own channel, just to have it for the record and like read it out loud in my own brain and stuff like that. It makes perfect sense why Miss Mathis is saying this case is full of alternative perpetrators.
Yep.
Because based on their own reports and their own findings and their own tips, etc. No, she's right. She's absolutely right. And I don't understand how, after reading these reports, you're not allowing a third party culprit defense to play out at trial, because it's clear from their own reports. It's not the defense pulling people out of the fucking thin air. These are police's own reports about these tips on these alternative persons that absolutely should have been looked at or whatever, and it doesn't appear that was done. I don't know. We don't have the full scope of everything, but
that tells me that Hippler did not review these case reports at all, for one, and for two, that he ignored, if he did, anything that he saw. If we're sitting here looking at this going, wait a minute, I don't have a law degree, I don't have any of that, but I know that that's not right, and this man he's a judge, for Christ's sakes. Okay, there's something wrong here. That's all I'm saying. It's a big old mess. There's multiple things that would make.
Like I said, man, this is toying with people's lives and freedoms and shit. That's what irks me.
I think they do need to put the whole case in front of the presidential staff and let them review it and see what they say. Truly,
damn, dude, it wouldn't even take it doesn't take. It wouldn't even. You don't even need somebody with like a ton of experience. You just need somebody that's unbiased, that has some common sense to look at this. To be honest.
If he did review it, Z's, then that means that he ignored things. And if that's the case, that, in my opinion, is absolute and total judicial misconduct, which is one of the big things. One of the big things in this case, and that's cause for appeal for Brian Wright in itself. Not to mention the prosecutor.
Well, you know what else? You know what else I saw today too? Because I was reading through a lot of this stuff earlier this morning, and I'm up to, I'm in like the 200s. I'm almost to 3. I'm almost done. One of the other things that stuck out to me is that in one of these reports, and I'm almost positive it's another report by Brett Payne, that has to do with the FBI requested information from the university's Office of Civil Rights and Investigation, right? And that information was forwarded to agents with the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico.
Right.
I thought that was really interesting because I'm like, okay, so the BAU is looking at a file, a record, information on either University of Idaho student or employee records. This is for like the Office of Civil Rights and Investigations.
Right.
So that would be like a complaint filed by either a student, employee, or both, or something like that. And this information was forwarded to the fucking BAU agent.
That's a big problem, I think. Or a big issue.
I don't know about it a problem. It just tells me that the BAU and the FBI are looking at something not related to Brian fucking Koberger, that's for sure. Everybody thought BAU was brought in like this behavioral analysis unit people are, they're going to track this suspect. And it seems to be they're focusing on the University of Idaho, not WSU.
Thank you. Interesting, huh? Very interesting. Very, very. Hey, Becky, good to see you. Very interesting.
So dirty, man. Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen any other report where information was sent to BAU, except for this one report that I've gotten to so far, and I'm up in the 200s.
I haven't read anything as of yet. This is 103. I've read ahead on some of them, but not here. But no, I haven't seen anything else as well. So,
so you already read the whole thing about Jack Showalter? What number was it? I thought that was in the hundreds. But did you already read that, or are you just talking because we already kind of know?
It was in the 90s. I read it. You talking to me or Annie?
Oh, okay. I thought that was in the hundreds. All right. I thought you were like getting to it now. Never mind.
I messaged you the other day to try to get you to come back when we got to it. I think it was like 94 or 94, but your phone was done. So,
I was cooked that day.
Well, since we're here and Annie's now with us, if you guys don't mind, what are your thoughts on that situation, Annie? The whole thing with Jack Showalter's appointment, his apartment, and the blood evidence they found there.
I mean, it is what it is. They correct their shit later and say it was only 4 samples collected. Okay, great. I just want to know if those samples were tested to ensure it's only his blood, number one, and number two, that if it isn't only his blood, was it compared to the samples that the investigators believed were similar to the droplets at the crime scene? Because we know male blood B and male blood D were not subjected to CODIS or IgG. So if they collected these droplets that are similar, in this apartment, and they're similar to droplets at the crime scene, I think we can logically deduce there probably wasn't any testing done because those 2 samples from the crime scene were never subjected to IgG or CODIS. So,
bingo.
Let me ask you this, but let me ask you this, because I asked this question earlier, Annie. I don't know if you were here. So we have this maintenance guy that's seeing like blood that is obviously not naked to the human eye. But my question is, why, if they found blood like you just said, and it says in the report that's similar in droplets and blah 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 to King Road, why aren't they then spraying luminol or some kind of something to see if there has been blood that has been cleaned up in that same area that physical blood is being seen? Why didn't they go?
I mean, I guess that's kind of why I said, like, I don't understand why you didn't off the rip. Okay, so when you first got there, You saw this little droplet of blood. The judge tells you you need more probable cause. Make sure it's actually human blood, or I can't give you a search warrant to get into the apartment. So that's what they did.
Right.
They were able to go get a search warrant to serve to get into the apartment. My thing is at that point, you're now in there. You're seeing spatter, not just, right? You're seeing spatter above a light switch. At that point,
yep,
you've tested it. You're definitely testing it to ensure that it's human right there you're testing it right then and there to ensure it's human blood. It's going to test positive for human blood while you're in the apartment. Then from there, you take it with you and you conduct further testing or whatever, right?
Exactly.
So if the little droplet on the front door tests positive for human blood, that gave them the probable cause to get into the apartment. Once they're in the apartment and they see there's more blood, including spatter, it's testing positive for human, lock that shit down as a possible secondary crime scene.
Right.
Thank you.
Especially where they found it. They found it in the shower drain. They found splatters streaks of it on the shower curtain, on the toilet handle.
On the flusher. That's why I don't believe there's 4 fucking swabs. What? There's obviously going to be more than 4 swabs.
It's on the flusher. Well, it's on the flusher. The toilet's clogging.
Yeah.
Did you take the tank? Did you look inside the back of the tank? Did you bother to try and see?
It's not the tank. It's not the tank. It's the pipes, because you can
I
unscrew.
understand that. I'm just putting it out there, like Investigative. Normally, that's what they're going to do. They're going to start right at the toilet, the tank, the toilet.
No, I get it, because I want to know what the fuck was clogging that toilet. And if the maintenance guy's there, he should be able to very easily. I mean, it's what? Let's see. It's let me go in my bathroom real quick.
Well, it's just wild because they correct their report later to say that it wasn't 94, it's only 4.
Mm-hmm.
But
because he didn't hold down his shift.
Well, it's funny because the way that it's described is there's 2 on the shower curtain, 1 on the toilet, 1 on the light switch, and there was 1 other one. I thought there were 5 total. The way it's and the drain.
That's
so there's 5 total. They're only accounting for 4. Their report has an error that they have to correct. They're saying it's only 4, but the accounting says 5.
Well, I'd be interested to know if they pulled a pair of gloves out of the toilet that was clogging it, possibly.
Exactly.
Well,
and I just looked, dude.
This is what I mean. It doesn't sound like they did anything with the toilet.
No, that's what I mean. And they absolutely should have. And then it's like they took this and walked away and put it off to the side to be tested later on once again, and then
cleared them over the phone.
Yeah.
I just look at it as it's kind of sloppy because in the report it's described that there is 5 visible things that are being collected. These are we found it in the drain, the light switch, the fucking shower, the flush. Okay. But you're saying now it's only 4.
And
obviously, if there were actually 94 spots and spatters of blood, that's a little excessive. I'm almost positive at that point, yes, it would have been locked down as a secondary crime scene. I just want to know how it was determined that this blood in this apartment was not related to the crime scene at all. I want to see that testing. I want to see those reports.
Exactly,
I want to see how it was determined.
Exactly. They themselves say, whoever the hell wrote this is basically saying that, in their own opinion, it's matching some kind of spatter they saw. What they say on the handrail, Annie? Is that what they compared it to?
Something about like the handrail and like the wall or something.
The wall in the stairwell. The wall in the stairwell.
So what the hell? You're telling me? Yeah. So you're telling me, they're trying to, figure, do their investigation, and they're kind of like, getting there, and then they just all of a sudden stop.
Well, I think what happened was they looked into it until they realized who the apartment belonged to, and then they said, "Oh wait, no, we don't need to be here."
Wrong.
That's how it looks to me. I'm just saying.
I agree.
If you want my honest to God's opinion about how it looks to me with Showalter, I'll be straight up, okay? In my opinion, what it looks like is there's like 1 of 2 things happening here, right? Showalter was either absolute. If anybody wants to throw out theories, okay? The police believe Showalter was absolutely in the house at the time of the crime, but he's not there.
Right.
He's not giving them permission to enter his apartment. He isn't coming back to have an interview or anything. They want to weigh in. So they see this blood in the front door. They're hoping that's going to be enough to get them in. It's not. They have to go a little bit further to get the search warrant. Okay. So there's one of two things happening here. They either fully believed he was absolutely a suspect, or perhaps someone is looking to, you know, set this kid up. And Showalter was like, you ain't fucking pinning me for this shit. I ain't coming back. No, you're not going in my apartment. I mean, that could be, there's multiple layers to this as far as I'm concerned. Showalter fucking knows what was going on in that house. Showalter knows what was going on around that neighborhood.
No way. There's no way you're not spraying that down after finding fucking blood spatter that matches what you're seeing on a handrail at a murder scene. So why aren't you spraying luminol in the bathtub and in the areas
what
that
I'm saying is Showalter isn't the...
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that I don't believe Showalter is the one. If he isn't there and he's left and he's in Boise and he's refusing to fucking come back and meet with investigators, that tells me he likely isn't the one calling to have some maintenance guy go into his apartment and check his water problem. Okay? Is what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
But somebody said this wasn't his
apartment. They're trying to make it sound like the tenant called maintenance,
right,
asking them to come to check the water problem. I'm of the opinion it's probably not the actual tenant. Someone else called to get into that fucking apartment, to get probable cause, to get someone in there to peek around and take a little peeky poo because they couldn't fucking get in.
Now, I also wonder, out of Jack Showalter's actual friends there, if anybody else has a key to his apartment, okay, to be able to use his apartment for whatever reasons. If he has friends that pop over there and hang out over the weekend sometimes or whatever, if they have the ability to access his apartment was something else I was thinking too. Because we also saw in a report that the man left that night and went home to spend the holidays with his family. So
no, it just sounds to me like some cops couldn't get into the fucking apartment, so they found another way.
That too, yes, of course.
While they were waiting on their secondary fucking search warrant, they're saying, fuck that, we need somebody in there. Can we get maintenance? Get a maintenance guy to get in there and look around.
Right. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Cops do this shit all the time, bro.
Yes, they do. They don't have to be honest.
Yeah, especially in a small town like this where
they do not.
Fucking right.
They don't have to be honest.
The landlord.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Oh boy.
All right, on we
go.
What
I mean? Like, I'm sorry. The way I'm just saying, like, think like how a cop would think. Okay, if you can't get into this place and you think this person is your suspect, the suspect is not cooperating. They're out in Boise, telling you to basically go fuck yourself, right? I mean, what are you gonna do? You're thinking of a way, like, all right, well, this fucking judge, she's not giving us a warrant. We need more probable cause. We're waiting on testing of the blood to see if it's even human. We may not get a warrant. Let's see if we can fucking call up the landlord and get a maintenance guy in there to take a peeky poo around, you know?
Very good point. Very good point.
Cops do that shit all the time, bro. They'll call the landlord. They'll call someone, you know, mom, someone's dad. Before they go get a warrant, they're going to ask for shit first. They're allowed to get another way in.
Yeah, they're allowed to lie to get the person they need to get. It's already been stated. It's the court's not supposed to, but police do it all the time. That's a fact.
Yeah. Okay, I'm still going to go back to my question. Why, if they're seeing the physical blood, and they're going through all this trouble to get a search warrant, why aren't they then spraying down the tub, the inside of the toilet, around the toilet, to see what if anything was clean?
You get the point. Next. Okay. Like, fuck off, CE.
Bye, CE.
He asked me a question. I was asked a question by the host, okay? Like, seriously. Fuck off. I was asked a question and I was answering it. We get your point. Next. Come up on the panel.
That's what they don't do. They talk, but they never hit that link. I love it.
The fuck?
They won't. They won't. Bye-bye. Bye now. Have a good day. Rude-ass people. I'm sick of it. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
come at me. Don't come at fucking Annie.
Come at me. It's my damn channel. Say something to me.
Yeah.
Don't say nothing to these people up here.
Yeah, come
That's
at
what
us.
I'm saying.
Leave the,
Like,
leave the
you know
they're
what I
gone.
mean? This ain't your fucking channel, bro. I'm talking to the host and the guests here. I was asked a question. Fuck
And I
you. I'll
appreciate
talk
it.
as long as I want to.
Please do.
I love
Please,
Annie.
please do. Please do. They're gone. Anyway, moving on. You're not going to do that. I told you guys in the beginning, you're not going to treat people like that in here because you won't be here. That's all there is to it.
Right.
At all.
But if people are so content with, okay, Brian did it, whatever, then move the fuck on to like another case. Why are they still hovering around here? It doesn't make any sense to me. If you're complacent with being, you know, if you're complacent with it being Brian pled, okay, go away. Go fucking watch another case or something. Jesus. It doesn't make any
I
sense
just
to me.
think it's absolutely critical.
Mope around.
To me, it's just critical, which is why I was stressing the point. It's just critical
right.
that it's clear these police officers believed that this apartment contains specific evidence and they wanted in that motherfucker. And that is crucial when looking at these supplemental reports.
Yep.
Well, that's why I asked the question, who went in first? The police with the warrant or the maintenance guy?
Maintenance
did.
Maintenance went in first.
And that's why I asked that, because you would think that they would want to get into his apartment, especially if he left town.
Of course. That's why that makes perfect sense to me. Absolutely. And they stated that they noticed that the door handle looked like it was more polished and the dust was all missing as compared to all the rest of them. You know, all that fun stuff. So you got to love it all. All right. Next up. And again, I apologize that happened to you, Annie.
Where's Eddie?
Eddie's
I'm
right
here listening. I'm just here monitoring to make sure no one talks bad about Ann Taylor.
Dan Taylor.
But in remarks to what we've been talking about, I do want to add that, you know, Ann Taylor did say during the Franks hearing, January 23rd, that no real investigation took place in this case.
That's true. We know that. This is not any kind of a real police investigation whatsoever.
Well, see, I know Eddie's probably already been through all the docs, and Eddie, I'm really interested to know what you think when you're looking through all of these supplemental reports and you see that the only warrant submitted by law enforcement prior to Kohberger's arrest is for AT&T, and everything else after is after arrest. So what did you have? Right? What are you investigating on Brian Kohberger if you only have one warrant prior to his arrest? What do you think about that, Eddie?
Wait a minute, I'm confused. I'm sorry, but I thought they had a warrant to get into Jack Showalter.
They did, but they didn't get the warrant, this actual full search warrant to get into the apartment until after the maintenance crew had already been in.
Okay, but I'm talking about for Brian.
What do you mean, Terry? That doesn't make sense. Brian, what do you mean?
Jack and Brian?
No, I'm talking about what Annie just said. I was trying to figure that out because you said that they only had 2 warrants. Am I correct?
For Brian.
No, 1.
And it was the AT&T report?
What I'm saying is prior to Brian Kohberger's arrest, it looks like the only investigation that was conducted was a warrant for his phone, December 23rd. Prior to that, there are no warrants for anything for Kohberger.
For Kohberger. Okay, so, that's what I missed.
Right. So how are you investigating him as your suspect if all you have is a phone warrant and you don't obtain any of your other warrants on this person until after you've arrested him?
Oh. Arrest and then investigate.
I know Eddie knows what I'm getting at, That's why I asked Eddie the question, because I know
Yeah.
Eddie knows what I'm getting at, and he can eloquently explain it.
Oh, I haven't been following these new reports and all that as closely as others, but yeah, it would be interesting if someone put together like a spreadsheet of the dates of when what happened and what.
They like going back. Basically, what they did, and we said this before, was they got their guy, and then they built the case around him, and
Yeah.
that's what
then they made
did.
him fit. Yeah, exactly.
That's 100% what they made him fit into their case wholeheartedly, folks. That's how they've done this, the whole thing, every bit of it. Okay.
No, it's because they have to stick to their narrative. Man, I was hoping somebody was going to pick up on this. It's because they have to stick to their narrative that they did not know who Brian Kohberger was until December 19th, which is why they didn't obtain a warrant for his phone until December 23rd.
Oh,
when in reality, they had his name way before December 19th.
Yeah,
and
they
they
had-
cannot.
Right. Yeah, they had his name in November for sure, if not before, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Here's how you know that they had Brian's name before December 19th. This is the easiest way I can explain it. Because when you go look at the defense filings for what they obtained for FBI subpoenas, federal subpoenas, okay?
Yeah.
The feds were looking into his shit. Some of their stuff is dated like December 6th,
Right.
okay? So
But
it's not December 19th. The feds were already doing subpoenas on some of Brian's shit, around December 5th, December 6th.
Mm.
Right. And then I know what you're saying now. I get
So what? They just let him. So what? They just let him walk around for that long and teach classes full of kids that he could have stabbed up and shit like that. Like I don't understand why it took him so long to
they
take
had
Brian.
to make because they had to make it fit the narrative, Willie. That's what she's saying. Because remember,
No, I get it. I'm just saying that's wild to me. If Brian did do this and they just let him continue to, possibly kill more people and shit, that's just I don't know.
But here's what I'm getting at. So if your IGG wasn't allegedly confirmed, right, until around December 19th, but the feds are already subpoenaing things for him beginning of December because the feds are already looking at him and he's already on Fed radar.
Exactly.
Right?
Don't.
So the feds who are helping Moscow are already doing all of this work on Kohberger prior to any DNA ever being confirmed for anything. But it's right around December 10th that that the state is telling Courtroom to stop their work and turn everything over to the feds. So when you start seeing that, okay, so the feds are doing their shit beginning of December. By December 10th, the feds are saying, give us all your shit. Don't worry, we got this. Right? You got to follow the timeline here.
Yes.
But yet they still want to say they didn't know anything until December 19th per IGG. That's obviously not true. So what did they get, considering Moscow isn't issuing any warrants for anything on him, and even though the feds are, it has nothing to do with his DNA. Where did they get information that led them to him that made the feds start putting out a bunch of subpoenas for his shit?
Added to the pile of lies.
It's obviously
Do we
beginning
know
of
yet?
December, right?
Right.
Do we know yet why the FBI even called Moscow Police Department and said that they should look at him?
Their tip? Is that what you're talking about? I don't remember if I even did know that.
When
to be
Payne
honest
said
with you.
Payne said on the stand
Payne says,
that
Payne says December 19th. IGG is the tip.
Right. Which was the same day that or no, that was December 21st was the day they found the car, supposedly, right? Am I right on that or no?
What car?
his car supposedly in Washington.
Oh, I don't remember.
I think that was the date supposedly, but
I thought we found that earlier.
I'm telling you that they knew who Brian was in November. I swear I remember something being stated about that they had, for whatever reason. I'm probably either that or I'm blending two things together, but I remember somewhere, and we had even talked about it in here, that sometime in November that they had looked at him and let him go away, or like let it roll off or something like that. They were looking at him and then forgot about it because it didn't fit completely or something like that. I can't remember exactly when, folks, so don't quote me on it, but I swear.
I have that date, I think, handy here for you, Dago. And
you do remember that then, Eddie?
November 26th, the FBI expanded the date range of the Elantra, and WSU police ID'd his car November 29th.
That's the date I was looking for. Okay.
And the investigators do not become aware that WSU police ID'd his car on November 29th until 20th of December, supposedly, according to Detective Payne's testimony.
That's what my issue was right there. So you're going to tell me. Here we go. Thank you. I couldn't remember it. Thank you, Eddie. So on November 26th, okay.
Basically,
13 days after the murder.
Throwing the FBI under the bus.
Well, did that, or vice versa, in my opinion. But hey, Charlotte, good to see you. So here's what my problem was with this whole thing. November 26th, they ID'd this car. And then November 29th, that all went down that way. So why did we wait till December 19th or the 20th to do anything with any of this? Why did that not happen? That's what I'm trying to say here.
The FBI under the bus. Because he said the FBI called in a tip.
Whatever they did here, if you follow their little timeline, I'm telling you, it's actually pretty wild, because they're trying to claim, and their own report showed that they did a pen trap and trace on the fucking DoorDash driver from November 22nd to November 30th. And they didn't even write up their DoorDash warrant till December 6th. So how are you doing a pen trap and trace on your DoorDash driver when you haven't even put in your fucking DoorDash warrant yet?
Thank you. Thank you. None of this makes any sense, folks, and there's no way that
why are you pen trapping? Furthermore,
they did a lot of illegal shit. I mean.
This is why Mathis said this case is full of alternative perpetrators, because even she's sitting there saying, wait a minute, so you fucking did a pen trap and trace for 8 days on the DoorDash driver before you even put in a warrant for DoorDash? Why the fuck would you get a pen trap and trace on her for 8 days unless you thought there's something suspicious about her, that she's out around this house during the exact same time that all this shit is popping off, and she's lost in the neighborhood for 15 minutes on foot trying to find the house?
That's what I mean. All these people they're looking into, right? And they're just investigating. And all of a sudden, they get Brian's name, and all this shit goes out the window. Just amazes me.
And that, not to mention, okay, the biggest part of this, how did Hitler overlook this and say, okay, this, and not make a big deal about that kind of shit right there?
Because it's Hitler.
But you know what I mean, though? Like, legally, how did he look past that and go on with it?
I'm with you. It's just,
I don't understand any of that. And
none
of
this
would not approve a third party defense. None of it. It's ridiculous.
I mean, a pen trap and trace is really, I mean, it's no joke. In order for you to get a pen trap and trace, you have to present probable fucking cause to get one. You can't just be like, hey, you know what? We want to spy on this fucking person for a week. And a judge is like, yeah, sure, here you go. No, you have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at anybody.
So,
it doesn't work that way.
So what
evidence
did
it's just absolutely wild.
So anything they would have found in that pen trap and trace without a warrant would go right out the door, right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I guess it would depend on what it was.
Why?
Without a warrant, it's not.
You know how fucking pissed I'm going to be if we find out that her pen trap and trace from November 22nd to November 30th is how they got his name. You understand what I'm saying here?
Yes, I do.
Because it seems to fall within the timeline
It does.
of when they appear to be getting his name and looking for his car and finding his vehicle and expanding the vehicle range and blah, blah, blah.
Something's going on here. We'll figure it out
Know what
one
I
day.
mean?
Yeah.
Was Brian getting his fucking drugs from Molly too? It's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
This how they came upon him?
Very possible. That would make some sense.
Her pen trap and trace falls in line with the time frame of them miraculously all of a sudden expanding the vehicle range and together, you know, and then they find his vehicle. Look at that. We fucking found this right Elantra.
Or did she drop off more than DoorDash?
Oh, maybe like
I don't know.
Maybe like Adderall.
I'm just saying. It's just a question.
I have no idea. All I know is that it's too much of a coincidence for me that right around the time it appears they do know him, his vehicle, etc., is right at the same time they got a pen trap and trace on the DoorDash driver before they've ever put their DoorDash warrant in.
Why?
And the pen trap and trace comes from the prosecutor. You'd have to get permission from the prosecutor. The prosecutor requests that, if I remember correctly, because that's what they had to do with Brian's when they wanted to get one on Brian. And they wanted to do the pen trap and trace on Brian. It was done by the Lake Howell County prosecutor's office or whatever, if I remember correctly.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
You are right.
A lot to process.
So the Lake Howell County prosecutor got a pen trap and trace on the DoorDash driver before a DoorDash warrant's ever gone out, and they trapped and traced her for 8 days.
And that's the feds?
No, it would still be like the state of Idaho, and it would be the prosecutor's office doing it, asking for it for investigators. It's for investigative purposes.
People are saying
you can't just like.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, they need probable cause for a pen trap and trace. Feds can do it. The state prosecutor can ask for it. Do you get what I'm saying? It would be your state agency asking for the assistance for the pen trap and trace. And it's usually the prosecutor who's asking for that. You understand? So the feds are going to do the trap and trace, but it's usually the prosecutor asking for it to be implemented.
Right. Yeah, like Tomboy just said the same thing. The feds ask for that. Or they do that, yeah.
Right.
So
right. I don't know. All I know is that it would appear November 22nd, which is an interesting day because it's the same day they're transferring the sheet profile and or both. They're doing the trap and trace on her.
That is really wild.
I mean,
really wild.
She was the last one, I guess, there, right? I don't know.
I think that I'm going to be so pissed if I find out that he was getting his drugs from her and that's how they got his number. You dumb motherfucker. Threw your whole life away. I hope that's not what it is. I really do.
Agreed. Well, he was a student and he worked as a student teacher. And I noticed there's a lot of the ADDERALL stuff out around these areas. I know what that's all about because of my son.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that either, Joanne.
And what it does, it keeps you awake, keeps you moving. And Molly did have a little bit of involvement with everything.
I'm just saying, could you imagine if it's fucking Molly McMichael that got Koberger pinched?
Right.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
what the fuck? You're the worst criminal ever, Brian. If that's
That
what
would be
got you
insane.
fucking pinched.
That would be insane.
I'm sure with this condition,
or we'll go with the whole he's still innocent. Let's go with that. He's still innocent even though he pled. Okay, well, if that's what got you set up, if this person is what got you pinched and or framed.
What do you mean, let's go with that? Well, you're reading these documents, dude. Where's Brian in any of these fucking documents? I'm just saying, too. Where's Brian in any of these documents? Where's his name? Where is he? Where's all this evidence on him?
I literally just said to you, I think this is likely why they got his name somehow. It falls in line with the timeline.
Yeah, I get it, but the whole thing of there's evidence that came out that we don't know about that made him plea. I'm waiting to see that. Like I haven't seen anything so far.
Yeah, but you're not going to see that in supplemental reports. That's not where you're going to see that. That's going to be like that. That's not going to be in a supplemental report from a police officer.
I'm seeing everything about everybody else, though. That's all.
No, you're not getting. We have nothing from ISP and the work they did. We have nothing from the Latah County Sheriff's Office and the work they did. We don't have medical examiner reports or anything like that to the full extent. We have literally one little snippet of one agency and the reports from their officers. And many of these reports are being typed up weeks and or months after the officer did something, and they're literally saying, I didn't record this, or I didn't, you know what I mean? They're just like going off memory and or their notes, bro. These reports, unfortunately, can't be, you kind of got to take them with a grain of salt because, like, they're hearsay. They're just supplemental reports from officers. These are things that, like, wouldn't even be brought up as evidence unless it's to fucking impeach the officer with a statement they made in their own report.
I'm just saying, we're learning a lot of information from these reports. Nothing about Brian. So
they don't start getting to Brian until December 23rd. That's when you see your first mention of Brian Kohberger when his AT&T warrant goes out.
Wow. It's a crazy jump. Crazy jump.
This next document is actually number 103. Where is it? This was Danny Vargas, and it was dated January 10th. And it was an interview with Brian's neighbor. So it's a little bit about him, but I still think it's what Annie's saying is interesting as hell, for sure. And it makes you think about these things.
I'm just looking at the timeline.
Right, that's what I mean.
Following their own timeline. And when you follow their own timeline and you look at what the defense submitted regarding like Fed subpoenas, the little bit of information we got about federal subpoenas and shit like that in the documents, it would appear November 22nd to November 30th, they're doing this trap and trace on Nick Michael. Right around November 29th, November 30th, they're, oh, yep, look at that. We got this vehicle right here, fucking no front plate. Kohberger, we looked at his ID. He's got some bushy fucking eyebrows. Blah, 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 right? Follow their timeline. Then by December 6th, feds are putting in subpoenas for his shit. And by December 10th, they're telling Othram, stop your work. And on the same day they're doing the trap and trace on Molly is the same day they're transferring the sheet profile, whatever, to Othram.
Right.
It's a timeline. And if you follow their own timeline, it would appear this is literally somehow, some way, it would appear her trap and trace is what got him, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, just looking at their timeline.
And that very well could be, whether it was because he did something or because that's how they put him, they framed him, or whatever you guys want to look at it as. Right. It does. It would make some sense. It truly would.
Yep.
Especially with her.
I mean, if I sound crazy, I'm sorry. It just, for me, it's like the timeline. You got to go by the timeline.
Yeah, of course. No, it doesn't sound crazy to me at all. Like I said, if he was buying things from her, met her in an area.
Look, I don't know how he knows her. I don't know how he knows her. We just know her background. We know that Payne is the one who stopped her. She mentions to Payne she's friends with Bill Thompson. Like, what are the odds? Like 6 degrees of separation here.
Good point. Very good point. All right. I guess we should.
If she knows Brian, would she not just identify him instead of a tan car? Maybe she was trying to protect Brian. So she gave nope, it was a tan car and a redhead. That's who I saw, was just some tan car and a redhead kid.
Or maybe she was worried that Brian was going to flip on her.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to look at this. I'm so open-minded about what's going on in this fucking case because it's such brainworms. That's all it is, in my opinion. And the further you get into it, it's just another brainworm that eats your brain alive. And it melts your brain.
Yeah, she could have been worried.
The more and more I look at. Yeah. How do we know? How do we know? We don't. We truly don't know. For all we know, she was trying to protect him, described a different car, a different looking person. They're going and looking at the video like, we don't see a fucking tan car anywhere around here. Right. What is she talking about? She's roaming the neighborhood for 15 minutes, saying she can't find the address. Her behavior is erratic. She's a known, obviously, with drugs or whatever. Like,
Good point. And I can see that. I could definitely see.
It's really interesting.
If she's been in trouble before, she's had issues, she knows, well, if they pop this dude, he's been buying whatever off of her for a period of time, like, he's going to roll on me and I'm going to get hammered with all this other shit. So that could absolutely be. And of course, she's not going to outright admit, yeah, I was selling them drugs. You know what I mean? So that's another good point too.
Like, we just truly don't know. So that's why I stay open-minded. And I'm like, bro, if what got him pinched is her trap and trace, right? Regardless of how that would be, then I can tell you right now, they probably do have his whole ass in one way or another. Right. If they got to him through her, yeah, they probably have his whole ass on something. And for all we know, she was trying to fucking help him or protect him and gave a opposite description on purpose. We truly have no idea. What we do know is that she's out roaming around this neighborhood right around the time that all this shit's popping off, that Dylan and Bethany are claiming they're hearing fireworks, the dog's going nuts, people are screaming, and Molly doesn't hear none of it happening while she's out there trying to find the fucking door, but she can see someone upstairs.
Right.
Pretty weird. Pretty weird, in my opinion.
100%. 100%. I agree with that.
And like, it still blows my mind that even if you think, here's how I have always looked at it. Even if you think he is your suspect, right? The evidence is showing you that he did not act alone based on witness statements. You have two survivors who are simultaneously hearing crazy shit happening on both floors of the home, meaning you don't have a lone perp.
Right.
How even if he's your suspect, why are you never looking for his accomplices?
Right. And they have claimed in their own statements, the one that we just read that Eddie put up, suspects, other statements that I've read through here, suspects, they said it in the press conference about multiple weapons. I'm sorry.
Because they're protecting people, bro.
Why did they never look for him?
Exactly. Why'd they fucking why were they dumpster diving in fucking Brian's trash, but they couldn't fucking test blood samples? You kidding me?
Why did Molly never come out in any documents until just this past month?
Yeah, you can fucking dumpster dive, but you can't fucking, you know, come on, man. Look into anybody else's profiles, blood profiles, nothing, just because he had Brian's name. That's the worst excuse I think I've ever heard in my life. Oh, because we have Brian Fulberger's name. Who gives a shit?
You know what, Annie? That makes me wonder if that's true now, because we never heard about Molly McMichaels ever until that video was put out. No, there was nothing about her in any documents up until that point at all. Now all of a sudden, so it made me wonder: were they protecting that as how they got to Brian? Is that what was being protected?
I mean, probably, yeah, exactly, because they're not going to tell. They're not going to give the defense team information about possibly a different investigation, I guess, whatever you want to call it, parallel, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But either way, like, no, I think that's why the defense was like, we need the time. Timing here is crucial. Whether it's 7 minutes that you're off by, whether it's 30 minutes of missing Linda Lane footage, whether it's time here, time there, right? The problem is we're missing time on a lot of this stuff, and a lot of your shit is unaccounted for. How did you get to him? And they never want to account for their exact timeline of steps.
Exactly. And I gotta wonder, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here and by any means, we all know that I do not victim shame. But one of the reports tells us that they found we know that there was a DoorDash supposedly delivered at 3:59. Okay. And if she's the DoorDash driver, we know the things that she was involved in. They found a crushed up blue powder on a table or a dresser in Xana's bedroom with a rolled up $2 bill that was not done yet. Guys, I know for a fact that our DoorDashers here deliver other things too. They're not supposed to.
It could have been meth.
Well, it could have been that Adderall. I know Adderall is blue at some aspect too, but I'm just saying it could have been anything.
Okay? Listen, you don't know if fucking, you know,
it could have been anything.
You might have a Jesse Pinkman or a fucking, you know, somebody like that running around out there.
The point is, it's a drug, period. That's all I'm saying. It was a drug. It was brought there or gotten somehow, okay?
Yeah, but my thing is okay. But my thing is if there's drugs in the house, right, and somebody's doing drugs in the house, dude, 8 hours. Not only can you clean a crime scene, but you can get rid of the actual stash of the drugs.
Well, why would they touch that though? Because they don't want to have that put on them. They're just going to leave that alone. That's why I think this, you know, whoever cleaned up wasn't just some Joe Schmo. Maybe it was left there on purpose
because they knew that they were going to have to face law enforcement about this. So let's get rid of everything. 8 hours, dude. You know what I mean, come on.
I get it. I understand. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to get to with the statement I'm making, though, is that would make some sense. What if she was killing two birds with one stone, and he said, "Hey, I need to get this, that, or something else. Maybe Adderall. Who knows? Okay, because I know for a fact because of seeing him before, and he went to meet up with her there as well after she was dropping that off, and that's how they got to him. Okay, that could explain a couple of different things. That's all I'm saying. It would make some sense.
I'm just looking like their timeline, right? So even if
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Even if you take away her trap and trace, right? They're expanding the car at the end of November. By beginning of December, feds are putting in subpoenas or whatever warrants for, you know, certain things related to him. Right. And then December 10th, they're telling Othram, stop your work, give it to us. December 17th, ISP Lab makes investigators aware of the two unknown, like these two other male profiles, and yet they sit on that. They proceed to track him across the country, monitor the parents' home by aerial surveillance and drone footage. They place cameras on the property December 25th to monitor the property, right? So when you follow their own timeline, December 16th, they know he enters a CVS in Pennsylvania. December 25th, they're placing cameras on the property. By December 29th, early morning, they're blowing the doors off. So they're tracking all of this, and they don't take the trash. But wait a minute, they don't go and take the trash till December 27th. So the lab makes them aware of this other men's fucking DNA, blood, or whatever in the crime scene, etc. And they sit on that until they go get the trash for another 10 days. And then apparently those same two profiles were never subjected to any testing, IgG, nothing. So why aren't you looking for his accomplices when you know damn well, even if he is your fucking perp, your lab is telling you these profiles right here are absolutely irrelevant. It's male, it's blood, and they never do anything with it.
Right.
They're protecting somebody.
Right.
It's the only conclusion.
We're doing. Very good.
I don't know who they could be. I just, I'm looking at the timeline, their timeline, and it's very, very interesting when you look at what they were doing when, and it's really interesting that even when they know, the lab is telling them, hey, you may want to check this out, they do nothing. They sit on it and wait to follow him across the country to go take the trash at his parents' house.
Right.
They have to get $1 million vehicle to surveil him and shit.
And did before, though. Makes no sense.
None
of it does.
They're using all of these resources. So they're just utilizing all of these resources between the $1 million vehicle, the cell site simulators, the trap and trace, the fucking drones, etc. Just utilizing all of these resources to track him across. Why did it makes no sense. You didn't just pick him up.
Well, they must be pretty fucking good because I didn't see nothing up when I was up there for Christmas because I was right there, I was a mile down from where he was and probably 0.2.
You're not gonna see it, dude. They're good at that shit.
Hell yeah! I can't wait to tell my daughter's grandmother because she's a pharmacist over at CVS. She's been there I don't know how many decades now, but yeah, I can't wait to tell her that they tracked him and shit in there and they were watching him in the CVS. She's gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you're not gonna see if they're good at their job. You're not gonna see it. That's all. And it's the FBI. I'm just telling you, no.
Yeah, it's just crazy to hear all this now that they were surveilling that whole. Wow, I didn't see nothing in the skies. I didn't. Nothing looked at a place. So I'm always looking for cops, dude. That's just crazy.
Agreed. Understood. Well, they're gonna be blending in with the people that live in the area. They're not gonna wear anything you would notice them in. Just saying.
I know. It's just
what's crazy is on December 16th, the feds are already watching him go into a CVS in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. Yep. On December 17th, the lab is telling them there's 2 other males of interest. They never, ever do anything with it. They are notified of this literally the day after that. They're already monitoring him, so they can't say that they didn't know about Brian Koberger till December 19th, when December 16th, the feds are watching him go into a fucking CVS in Pennsylvania.
And that, I'm telling you, Annie, that makes me believe they know who the 2 other people are. I'm telling you, I feel like they do.
They have to.
That's how I feel about that. They knew who the 2 other people are, and they're not paying any attention to it on purpose. Okay. This is who they're centered in on. This is all they care about, and that's all they stuck with. They would have to know who the
So
other two are.
December 16th,
Unless they're
you
dead.
know, I'm gonna hammer it home. December 16th, the feds are watching him walk into a CVS. December 17th, investigators became aware of the other profiles. They still do nothing. They take the trash on the 27th. So they monitor him for the whole area and
10
him
days.
for another 10 days till they take the trash.
And don't look at the other two at all. Right. Yep.
But they placed cameras on the property too, December 25th. So why are you sitting on those two other DNAs for another 10 days? And then even after you arrest him, take him into custody, you still aren't looking at them.
Nope. Because I'm telling you they did, and they know who they are, and,
Exactly.
and that doesn't fit this narrative. Therefore, they had to, they're, God damn it. They're not, oh my God.
Shit, my device is overheating.
They know who they are. They have to know who they are. There's no way that they could.
If anybody knows who they are, it's the Fed.
100%.
I don't think
100%.
ISP did anything with the profiles, but I have a hard time believing the Fed didn't. But according to the documents filed by the defense, it would appear male B, male D were never subjected to any CODIS or IgG testing at all. So if they did do it, it's not in the discovery because the defense is saying it would appear it wasn't done. We're not seeing it. So
they kept it out of it. They kept it out. I'm telling you. I want to know why. That's my biggest question. I feel very comfortable feeling that way. I just want to know why.
I mean, I feel like the feds definitely would have done the same thing with those other male profiles that they did with Koberger.
I agree.
They would have backdoored it, uploaded it to some databases they're barred from, just to, hey, let's take a peeky poo. And, you know, I mean, why not? You're already doing it anyway with his.
And I don't believe that they didn't. That's the whole thing. I do not believe that they didn't. They can tell us whatever the hell they want to tell us. I don't believe they didn't do that. Maybe CODIS, but the other way, I don't believe they didn't look into it. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm of the opinion that it's possible that they didn't do CODIS or IgG, how it would normally be done, where it's all documented and you can give that documentation to the defense. If
Right.
they did do any DNA testing on these unknown profiles, it was the feds who did it, and that's why it would appear nothing was done with these profiles by the state, is what the defense is getting at. It would appear the state did nothing with these profiles.
I agree.
Doesn't mean the feds did.
That's it. That's it. And they don't tell us everything they do. They don't have to. If they don't want to, and I don't feel like they did. Hey, Bonnie, good to see you, dear. I feel like they know who that is. They ran whatever they ran, however they ran it, whatever they did with it, they know who it is, and it did not fit this narrative. Therefore, we don't need to know about it. That makes perfect sense.
When you think about it too, when you go back to like the unsealed transcript from that IgG hearing that was held with Hitler,
right?
Ann Taylor makes it a point to ask. I don't remember if it was Matthew Gamet or the other guy. Forget which one it is, so don't quote me on who the person is. But she makes it a point to ask him. I think it is Gamet, about when you're all talking about this name, right? This name. Mm-hmm. Related to the four brothers and blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that name? And he's like, no, I don't recall the name. And she's like, was the name Brian Koberger? And he says, no, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. I remember that.
So It's very interesting that whatever they're discussing here, this profile, this DNA, IgG stuff that's happening that relates to these four brothers and this backdoor work, etc. The name is not Koberger. And when he's asked what the name was, he says he can't recall, interestingly enough. that knows it wasn't Brian Koberger.
That's quite interesting. Rose, if you just show me your face for a quick second, you can turn your camera back off that way before I bring you up. It just takes about 3 seconds. That's real interesting. I like that. You got me thinking even deeper now. Damn it.
I mean, it just tells me something with the DNA obviously didn't lead them to where they thought it would, and the name they got was not his.
Yep.
So
agreed. And I will not. I refuse. And I always was shady on that about that anyway, about them not knowing the other two DNAs like that. That no. There's no way. There's no way.
I feel like the Fed probably more than likely, definitely.
Absolutely.
Backdoor that shit just like they did with Brian.
Yep, I agree. And it didn't fit that narrative, and they said, nope, we're done. Leave those two out of this. Here's your deal. Go do your thing. I agree. And that makes sense. Rose, you're welcome to jump up here with us. I just need to see your face for like 3 seconds to make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist. There we go. You're good to go. You can turn your camera off. I see ya. All right. There we go. Now that makes a lot of sense, Annie. It really does. And then, like I said, as I was sitting here thinking about that, it just kind of clicked like, well, why not? Why not? Why would they have to? They don't have to tell us anything. So why? What's the big damn deal?
Well, I just appreciate you listening to all my brain worms.
No, I mean, me. It helps me get mine figured out too. Because I'm always sitting here thinking, why was this done? Why did they not do this? Why wouldn't they do that? But then again, you stop and think, well, why would they tell us if they did do it? Okay, they don't have to. So no, that makes perfect sense.
I'm not going to tell the defense I backdoored the other DNA as well if I'm the feds. I mean, technically, like the feds, even that's why Mathis said like Chewy is not, or like it doesn't restrict us, right? Chewy is just like a process. It doesn't mean that they don't have to give stuff to us. But what they'll do is they'll give it to you, and it's just incredibly heavily redacted, and it's because it's protecting law enforcement techniques. It is what it is, and they hide behind this. They hide behind the whole "we have to protect government interest" techniques, blah blah blah. So, you know, I don't know what to say. If it's the feds doing it in the background, any work, good luck fucking getting it. It's like pulling teeth, man.
Agreed. Welcome, LL. And Diane, thank you for joining us up here, dear. I didn't realize that was you.
Yeah, you called me Rose. I'm like, what?
Well, it says Rose on your thing. That's why I said that.
Oh, really?
It does, yeah. I didn't recognize it was you until I heard your voice. But that's okay. Whatever works.
I live in a very small town. You know, it's when somebody farts, everybody knows you did it.
Oh, yeah.
That's how fast it spreads. There was the chief of police, I think in the 70s, everybody called him Kojak. And there was a gentleman, I do forget his name, who had an airplane and had his own, flying that he could come in. He flew out, he'd come in, no, because it was on his property. No big deal. There was also a gentleman who owned a bar, very rich. I mean, he didn't need to own anything. He was rich. But the three of them, the chief of police, the bar owner, and the guy who had the plane, was flying in 32 pounds of marijuana and cocaine every day.
Oh, Uncle Tom's Cabin, huh? I got you.
Every day. And everybody thought that, Kojak, chief of police, he's an honest man. He would never do this, blah, blah, blah. And the guy with the plane, he had white deers, just a pillar of the community. So, he would never do nothing. And the guy that owns the bar, I mean, he's rich. He's filthy rich. What would he need it for?
Right. Well, yeah. That explains why he's rich, probably. But I got you.
And this went on for 15 years.
Okay.
And I don't know how it was I mean, everybody knew, but no one said anything. I mean,
Right.
none of my damn business, you do you. But the ones who didn't know, if you told them, they wouldn't believe you. Oh no, he would never do that. Never, never, never.
Understood.
And then things started falling apart. And they're trying to hurry, and clean shit up and, make themselves look like the upstanding pillar, people in the community. And they found this one guy, he was a homeless guy, had the IQ. I mean, he had issues big time. There's no way he would be a mastermind behind the 32 pounds together, the coke and pot, 32 pounds. There's just no way. He just was not capable of pulling that off at all. He didn't have a plane, he didn't have a home, and he was not, I think they said he had the brain mentality of a second grader. Well, the three upstanding citizens of Mooresville, Indiana, pinned it on him. I was reading about it because, I was young. That man got convicted because there's just no way those three gentlemen were guilty of anything. And like I said, it went on for 15 years. After he got convicted, he got 62 years for something he never even did.
Well, it happens.
And my assumption and what has been, told to me, let's say me and Miss Potts, hi Miss Potts, I love you, are, we're upstanding citizens. She can be the mayor of Moscow or whatever it is. And I can be, the sleazy one who's getting everything brought in.
Gotcha.
And we shake hands and everything's great. But, I'm sorry, Miss Potts, you can't be. You got to be Bill Thompson. I'm sorry. But Bill Thompson isn't holding up to his part.
Mm-hmm.
My employees are getting arrested and for crimes that carry a lot of years in prison, and they're not going to prison.
Right.
They're out. So I'm looking at, Miss Potts like, what the fuck's going on here? We have a deal. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the feds moving in because they're in that area, probably, for my employees and myself and whoever else. If I want to send a message to Miss Potts that you need to tighten your shit up, I'm going to have 4 people unalived with the feds moving around, DEA and all of them trying to shut down the drug thing. And all of a sudden, boom, 4 people are dead, and the feds are no longer looking for the drugs. They're trying to figure out who unalived 4 individuals and left 2 alive.
Mm-hmm.
And the best that I've been told, that's what happened. And message, it was sent to Xana's mom and Maddie's dad and stepmom, but the main person was Bill Thompson. He wasn't holding up his end of the bargain. He's getting my employees to flip. And you get so many of them to flip, sooner or later you start getting to the top.
Yeah.
And it's a finance. It's a business to me. You know.
I understand what you mean now. I gotcha.
So
I mean, it could make some sense. It could. It would make other things make some sense too, for sure.
And just like the poor man who, they pinned it on in court here, he died in prison. Like I said, he had the brain mentality of a 2-year-old.
Right.
How can you convict somebody? But, then there's Delphi. I'm like, well, yeah, that makes sense. But when he stood there and cried, it wasn't tears for the victims. He got his ass out of the ringer.
That was fake. As far as I'm concerned, that was fake. Yeah.
I mean,
I get it. I get it.
Because immediately, if I remember right, it was a targeted attack. Nobody had to worry about anything. Because
now we're told the house was a target. So,
see, can someone please explain to me how a house? I mean,
well, if you listen, they keep denying every which way they look that there was a drug aspect to this. But if you add that back into this, then the house could be a target. Yes. And now, the two investigators are saying that they don't know who the target was. I don't believe that either. And that they picked this house. We don't know why, but they picked this house. Those were their words.
They knew immediately. So did Bill Thompson. He knew immediately what was going on.
You're good, Brian. Don't worry about it. I'll figure out what you're saying, buddy. I know you have issues. Don't worry about that. So no, I agree. It's all very shady, which is what we're learning as we get through these. So,
you know what I was thinking about the other day?
Yes, ma'am.
Please just because, brainworms, right? So even when I'm doing other things, I still have brainworms, even when I'm doing other things in my life, and I ponder things going on in this case, right?
Yep. So
and it's really interesting. It's super interesting to me that obviously Bill Thompson is on the case right off the rip, right? And we know Brian's not arrested till the end of December.
Right.
So I know everybody probably assumes that, like, oh, well, Ann Taylor didn't get involved until end of December. When in reality,
she was there the day after.
Just because, okay, I guess what I'm getting at is she has her own connections.
Yes.
Okay, Thompson may have his connections. Jennings may have hers. Well, Ann has her own too.
Right.
You know what I mean? You think she didn't know? And you think she wasn't keeping a close fucking eye on what was going on over there? I think she absolutely was.
She knew, yeah.
Which is why when she was assigned a defendant, she immediately stopped work on that house because they were cleaning it out. She already knew they were there cleaning the fucking place out.
I think that's why she dropped every other. That's the other reason why she so quickly dropped the other case she had too, for this as well. So yeah, and I agree with you.
And she's defending, God, what is his name?
Skylar Mead.
Yes.
Yep.
And
there's a lot of people are saying that there's no connection, and I'll be honest with you, there is definitely, in my opinion, a slight connection between the two cases. I mean, I have to say that at this point. I can't let that go by without saying that.
There was a lady, and I'll scrub my tongue after I say his name, that called in on T-Rev, his show, before he lost his shit.
Yeah.
And she said she worked at a diner. And Brent Kopacka, Brian, and Enon Harsh were sitting in the very back booth away from everybody. But, she said she had to go back. Anybody want refills and just all that. And they were discussing that the money is good, but it requires the money that they were going to get paid was good, but they had to
Who said
unalive.
this?
Who was it that came up with it, Diane? I didn't hear that clearly.
It was a lady who called in on T-Reb's show.
Okay.
She worked at a diner. T-Reb blew it off, and I thought, and
Well,
I kind of blew it off.
Let me say one thing before you go any further, because I know for a fact, and I'll say, I don't care who hears me say it, that there has been multiple things that he has created to bring onto his show. So take that with the smallest grain of salt you can, is all I'm saying.
When that come out, I was like, because then I'm like, everything he said, goes on and it's nothing. He's made a joke of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's an asshole.
I have been through so far almost like 260 something of these reports. I'm sure everybody else, there's other people who've gone through all of them already. I haven't even seen the initials IH.
Right.
Yet.
And I'm sorry, but he's too dumb to be involved in something like this, in my opinion. I don't mean to be mean, but truly, I feel he's too stupid. And as far as Brent, I don't know. Okay, I can't be honest, or I'll be honest, I don't know. But Enan is just no. I can't imagine him ever being involved.
There is one report that I did get to that does talk about tips coming in for another BK. That is there. There is a report for that, just so everybody's aware. Prior to it, and this was like tips coming in prior to Koberger, being named or whatever. Publicly, you know what I mean? So there is a report in there about something to do with tips on this other BK.
Which makes sense.
Just a couple weeks prior to,
Meaning another BK, meaning like the initials BK, which would be Brent Kopacka.
Well, I don't know who it is. I just know that the initials are there for sure, and it's regarding tips that were coming in for another BK. It was not Koberger, it's a different BK.
Let me rephrase what I said, which could be Brent Kopacka, which with the BK initials is what I was saying. Sorry.
I don't know. When I saw the report, I was like, oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, right. And I'm not saying I think he was involved. I'm not saying, I definitely do not believe that Enan was involved. I think Enan wanted to be involved so that somebody would pay attention to him, but I don't think he is. I don't think he's smart enough to, and I don't think he could not keep his mouth closed, truly. So there's that.
He's smart enough, Dago, to have 2 apartments, one in Pullman, one in Moscow, on a chef's salary.
He's also the same guy that wrote this big old 8-page letter stating he was this giant drug dealer and he was telling the whole world about. I mean, who would do that if you're actually doing that? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. If he was actually selling drugs, he's not going to tell everybody and send it out to the world. Here, guys, this is my manifesto, and this is what I do. He did have 2 apartments, yes, and he did have multiple vehicles. But the guy, I don't know.
He's a hard R, and he is, and I agree. Intelligence-wise, he's a dumbass.
Well, to insert yourself the way he did, anybody that was involved in this, I'm going to tell you right now, would not insert themselves in this on purpose. Okay?
I don't
believe so.
I thought 4 o'clock in the morning was just so weird. He hears the scream. There's a delivery, a DoorDash, and Kaylee and Madison are being unalived upstairs all at the same time.
That's the other problem, is he invented things too, Diane. So that's something else
Yeah, that he mentioned the white Elantra. He was the very first person to do that.
He also drove one himself.
Yeah.
At one point, and he also mentioned some big black SUV with rims and a bunch of other. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's all decked out or something. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't look at him real hard. I mean, I'll look at anybody, but I don't know. It's an interesting. I looked at him in the beginning until I realized how stupid the guy was, and the things that he says and how he purposely inserted himself in something that anybody that was involved in something like this would not. Not to mention the idiot it says he takes over a bottle of cooking sherry to a half a bottle, and said they were all excited about it. Are you kidding me? Come on.
If you also and I agree with you, but he never mentioned Ethan's name.
Right.
He would, I think one time he said her boyfriend.
Yeah.
He never mentioned Ethan's name at all. And I, like I said, I found he's just creepy and ugh.
Well,
And
yeah.
that, gives that off very
I
bad
haven't
vibes.
seen anything about him yet. I have not seen anything about him yet. I don't know if anybody else has gotten through all like 300 plus of these reports, but so far I have not seen a damn thing about an IH. Those
Yeah,
are pretty unique initials for a name, and I have not seen it yet. So
I don't think we will.
I mean, I don't know. That's what I mean. I don't think Enon's going to be mentioned unless he's mentioned in like some defense filings, documents, something they did under seal or whatever. But
well, I think initially he was supposedly he was subpoenaed for the initial trial before they changed everything, and then or before the preliminary, I think, and then that went away, and so did he. So, that says a lot to me. If they never brought him back in for anything, that tells me there's nothing there. But I'm just saying.
Like, I just feel like, feds would have definitely been crawling all up Enon's ass.
Of course.
If they thought, you know what I mean?
We'd have known a whole lot more about him and heard a whole lot more about him too, up to this point, and we haven't heard anything about him after that point. And that's what made me go, okay. They'd have been all over him, and they were nothing with him. They probably looked at him the same way we do.
The only reason I had a second eye on him, like what, is because he explained exactly where to park, where to walk down, whose bedroom window was there, and there's the sliding glass doors. And literally, he step by step knew. And you go upstairs and they didn't have a firearm. But how the hell do you know? You said you never went inside. And I personally think I don't know if anybody remembers that Jocko 1972 off of TikTok. There was things in those videos that came true, like the fish, cutting up a fish, the fish market.
Mm-hmm.
The car, the sheep, he did very creepy videos where you're going, and that was before LE ever come out and said anything. And then you have Papa Rogers.
Right.
Which never, was never, it's not Brian.
The two investigators said that's absolutely not him. All right, Willie.
Things are coming out of his mouth.
I think
nobody else knew.
I think that Papa Roger was law enforcement personally trying to get people to say things. That's just my opinion.
I agree with that.
I think it's hysterical that Gilbertson was like, yeah, no, it wasn't him. And then he's like, cut it, Like, don't even go any further with that questioning. They know, they know who it is. They know it's not Brian, but they definitely know who the person is. And they didn't even want to follow up on, well, did you contact that person? Did you ever figure out who it was? They didn't want follow-up questions like that.
Exactly.
There was somebody who had traced, and when it comes to computers, I'm like, I am so stupid as shit, it ain't funny. But there was somebody who had traced the Jocko 1972.
Yeah.
To Houston.
Right. Well, I mean, it could be anybody, but definitely it was somebody that knew something, and like I said, that could be law enforcement too, like trying to get people to give answers to things, or feeling people out for how they're going to respond. That's what I definitely think that Papa Roger was. That's my opinion, but.
Well, if that was a cop, that was Jocko 1972, they really need to have him analyzed because he got a warped mind.
Well,
big time. And what happened to the guy who went to where was it, North Carolina or something, and said, I got to report a murder. And what of the people, the poor in Moscow? What happened to that?
I
I
don't
don't
think
even.
that's a real police report.
I don't
Oh.
think. I don't think so. I don't think it was either. I think that was
That's
one
just
of the.
something. That's some bullshit somebody put out on the internet, man.
That's
That
what
didn't
I.
come from. That's not even a real police report, in my opinion. It doesn't look like a real supplemental report. It doesn't look like. That's
It
just something
wasn't in
somebody
any
typed out.
documents either. Right.
Oh,
I
well.
agree. I agree. I
I
agree.
haven't seen anything about it yet. I haven't seen anything about the tips, tips coming in. I feel like if this police department or sheriff's office actually had someone come in to say they want to report a murder, you'd have a supplemental report, I would hope, from
Yeah.
Moscow here that, like, yeah, we got a tip from another department in North Carolina. And, and we followed up and we didn't find anything of evidentiary value, but at least we followed up, like
Yeah.
you
There's a
get
lot of that.
something like that. Like,
And there was quite a bit of that stuff that was internet created. I think that was out there too. So it's very, very possible that's all that is, in my opinion.
And the sad part about it all is, I'm going to say everybody in town, or Moscow City, whatever, they know who did it. They know what happened. And they're willing to let an innocent man, and that's my opinion before anybody wants to start jumping my ass. I don't think he's a killer. I just don't. But where he's going, where he will be. So what they accused him of being, and was not, he will be. He'll, unless, and I told you, Dago, unless, a miracle from God comes down and his hand goes, boom, boom, Brian ain't ever getting out of there. Ever.
Well, we'll see what happens.
And
we will, for sure.
That should worry every one of us, because we could be Brian.
Of course. Of course. That's what I've been saying. I mean, that's why I won't stop talking about the case. Like I said, Brian's where he's at for now. This is where it's at. I'm not even worrying about Brian at this point. I want to know why this happened. That's why we're reading these documents and these reports. If we have to come back, if we come back to Brian later on down the road, or something happens in the next 38 days or whatever, that's fine. But at this point, I'm not even bothering with him at this point. I want to know how this happened, why this happened, and who was involved in making this happen. And that's why we're going through these like this, word for word. Speaking of, I need to get back to this one. So
Okay.
I appreciate your guys' input with everything else too. And that's why we're reading these, because there's things that are coming out, the stuff that Annie was talking about, even stuff you were just talking about, Diane, that there's questions in it attached to every one of these things. That now I'm really thinking hard after what you had said, Annie, because talking about brainworms, I've got nothing but, and I have for years now. So I want answers, guys. That's all this is about. Is I just want to know what the truth is behind all this bullshit and why. That's it.
Yeah, because everything that's coming out and what you're reading right now, they had nothing on Brian. Nothing.
Right.
And I would have said, you know what? If Van Taylor had come to me and said, hey, here's this plea deal, I think we should take it. Oh, wait, life in prison? No, 400 years? I don't think so. You're fired. I don't know. I would have taken it to court.
Absolutely.
His chances would have been the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he had been in a little bit better place on death row.
Very possibly. Yes, ma'am.
But it was his decision.
I understand, Diane. I understand what you're saying. If your vision is exactly what we all know, us sitting out here looking in, but we don't know what Brian Kohlberger and his defense team know.
Right.
We're missing something. So, and it's significant. And if you knew it, it would make more sense to you.
I agree with that. I agree with that, because I don't understand. Like I said, if it was me, we would be going to court, jury trial. Everybody goes, well, no, he wasn't around the house. well, no, we don't. Well, he wasn't in the house, and then come out and say, well, we know he didn't go there to hurt him. Well, what the hell did he go there for anyway? Then, if you know he didn't go there to hurt him, why did he go there?
Those are good questions. Like I said, like Eddie said too, if we had that other piece of information that they have between them, all of this would make a lot more sense. And maybe we'll get that here down the road, but as of right now, we don't. That's why this doesn't actually make full sense to us, any of us.
No.
Sadly. Hopefully we will get it at some point. Who knows?
Diego, before you get into this document,
Yes, sir.
Tomboy Charm, when we were talking about, or not the document, the report. Earlier, when we were talking about this document that was suggesting a cleanup and that there were more than one weapon.
Right.
Tomboy Charm asked the question, in that motion to limine, what was Judge Hippler's ruling? It's a very good question. So I went searching, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in order to explain it, it's best to explain it with a bit of context and background, because as we recall, this began as a motion in limine, February 24th, 2025. It began as the defense's motion in limine number 2. If y'all recall, when the state filed their motion in limines, they weren't numerically numbered, but when the defense filed theirs, it was nicely numbered. They had like the number sign and then 1 through however many. This one is number 2, so it's easy to find.
Right.
In the court record.
Gotcha.
So again, it began, and this is important. It began February 24th. Motion in limine number 2 on the top of page 8. So I'll read it.
Okay.
Detective, and it'll just take a couple minutes.
No problem. No. Take your time. You're breaking up, Eddie. Hold on. Hold on.
I think we've all forgotten by now what his ruling is and how it came about.
Right.
You're going to be,
Eddie, you're breaking up really bad. Hold on.
So here we begin. Detective Gilbertson, and Detective Gilbertson is for the prosecution's detective state didn't disclose Detective in the initial disclosures, but instead listed him as a rebuttal witness. The state did not identify any specific expert or opinion that Detective will rebut. Thus, the court should exclude this testimony as outside the scope of rebuttal and irrelevant. Moreover, the court should exclude the testimony under 403B. The relevance of this testimony is minimal at best and carries a serious risk of juror confusion. The detective walked alone through a house that he is intimately familiar with in the middle of broad daylight, more than 1 week after the house had been vacated and changed significantly due to a homicide investigation. He simply counted out loud upon entering the rooms. This is a far, far cry from what the state alleges occurred. Additionally, Mr. Kohlberger attempted to learn more about the experiment through discovery. He sought things such as recordings or photographs of the timed run or written notes taken and documented during the experiment. Nothing was provided in discovery. The prosecution stated those items did not exist. Finally, the court should exclude this testimony because it violates Mr. Kohlberger's due process rights. The house has been torn down. The defense cannot now effectively rebut this inflammatory and minimally relevant testimony. Okay, so fast forward and remember that that's a motion in limine. Then we, through the timeline, we observed, like every week or week and a half, 2 weeks, the state would respond to that motion in limine, then they would both object, and finally the ruling. So fast forward to April 24th, and we're going to get to his ruling. And that piece that I cut and pasted earlier, that's just one small section in here. But
Right.
On page 7, towards the bottom, Darren Gilbertson. It begins, defendant disclosed expert opinions from Brent Turvey. So Brent Turvey would be the defense's expert.
Right.
Brent Turvey finds that more than one assailant was necessary to accomplish the crime in the time frame alleged. And then we've already been over he asserts that there's direct and indirect evidence about the cleanup of the crime scene and the multiple weapons. So I won't go through that. And then scrolling down quickly to get to the ruling is, I'll just paraphrase here. It's, I'll just read it. Any concern of prejudice in this regard is his own doing. Finally, the defendant cites no basis for jury confusion. Consequently, Detective Gilbertson's disclosed testimony will not be excluded or limited at this time. So it was a good question by Tomboy Charm, and I didn't have it handy in that moment, and I had to research all that, and I figured I'd share that with y'all to try to give it background and context. So
much appreciated.
The judge, par for the course, he's going to side with the state.
Right. He denies everything. Right. As always, but he's not biased. Not at all.
Right.
So, thank you, sir. So just keep that stuff in mind, folks. That once again makes perfect sense. Moving on to number 103 with Danny Vargas. This was the narrative under this one was the interview with Brian's neighbor. Okay. It says FA and AA on December 30th of 2022 at approximately 06:30 hours. I stood by while a search warrant was served at blank, the residence of Brian Koberger. While on scene with one of the neighbors, AA, who lived in the same building, stated her husband returned home and he might have additional information to add regarding Brian. A had been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to F returning home. Detective Mowry and I met with A and F, A in their apartment, blank. I recorded the conversation with my phone and informed F and A I would be recording our conversation, which they were fine with. A said she had been speaking with F about the questions she was asked. One question being if she had ever seen Brian with anyone else. F told me they did remember a time when they returned home, said they saw Brian sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment next to a male. F and A described the male as having a light brown skin, a sleeve tattoo on his left arm, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. F said that the male was riding a dark-colored blue and black Harley-type motorcycle. F said the motorcycle was not a sport bike. It was very loud. F said he and A both noticed Brian and the male talking, but she said as they got closer, both Brian and the male stopped talking and looked at them. A said Brian acknowledged them and asked how it was going. A said it seemed as if Brian was acting overly nice. A and F said when they walked away to their apartment, Brian and the male were still silent and did not continue their conversation. F said he saw the male get up and he heard the motorcycle start, but did not see him drive off. F and A said this was the only time they ever saw this person and or saw or heard the motorcycle. F and A said Brian seemed like a quiet person and they remembered meeting Brian's dad when Brian moved in. F said Brian's dad was very talkative. F and A said Brian's car was always clean and neat, even on rainy days. A said Brian would often take that to heart, folks, that it was always clean and neat. So him cleaning his car out back at his parents' house doesn't mean anything, like I said. But anyway, even on rainy days, and Brian said Brian would often park his car right in front of their bedroom window, and they would notice the headlights when he came in and went. F and A did not notice when and if Brian changed the plates on his vehicle. F looked through his phone and thought on the night of the murders, he probably went to bed around midnight. F did not remember seeing lights from Brian's car and or knowing if Brian was home or not. F mentioned on another occasion seeing Brian return home around 100 hours and said he was wearing dark clothing, had on dark colored backpack. And when they said hi to him, he seemed pretty short with them. F did not remember what day this occurred, but said it was not the night of the murders. A said she worked late hours often and would also see Brian returning home around the same time she would, around 100 hours to 200 hours. We thanked F and A for their time and told them to contact us if they remembered anything else. Our conversations with F and A was recorded and is booked on DVD into MPD evidence. So him driving around at night, doing the night driving thing, seems pretty normal here if you look at these hours. And doesn't, it seems a lot less strange to the people that it seems strange to, I would say, or it should. Let me say it should. So that's an interesting piece of information. Let's see. The next one here is, okay.
Hey, Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say thank you for having me up. I really have to jump down. I'm going to stay in chat and listen, but I have to jump down.
Okay. Thank you, Annie, as always. And I appreciate you being here. And if I have any questions, I will ask you that way. Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Have an awesome day.
Have a good day, Annie.
You too. You too. All right. So this is number 104. This is listed. The narrative on this is interview with MM. So this could be, well, we'll find out during the meat of it. On November 23rd, once again, my birthday, at approximately 20:39 hours, MM came to the Moscow PD to be interviewed about her presence in the area at 11:22 during the early morning. So this is this is Molly McMichael. Okay, here we go. During the early morning hours of November 13th, 22, Molly was identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant and was confirmed as being in the area based off a Google search warrant. Wait, did I do that again? Obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant was confirmed to be in the area based off of Google geofence warrant, which was obtained as a result of this investigation. I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Alex Skelton during this interview. Molly told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night, November 12th to the 13th. She received 3 orders in the King to Queen Road area. 2 of the orders were at the blank Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122. Molly said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order for the evening. Molly said she could not find the 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. Molly also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot immediately behind 1122. And I told you guys that before, that when we tried to Google Maps this, it took us over to Queen Road to a whole other address. So I said before that this car driving around, I thought could have been a DoorDash driver trying to find his house, because if you go to Google Maps, it takes you somewhere else. So that was just a thought that I had then, but okay. And then behind 1122 King Road, Molly stated she initially parked in the front of 1122 and could see a female in the top left window, the 3rd story bathroom. Molly said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when Molly looked at her. Molly then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 and parked. She stated she could see the back courtyard area behind the house and noticed all of the lights were on. Molly stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. Molly said she started to walk down the road, which runs north-south immediately to the east of the residence. Molly stated a tan sedan drove next to her. while she was walking. Molly said there was one male driver and noticed that he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. Molly later stated the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. Well, that definitely ain't Brian Dam Koberger. Molly also noticed the dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me the male was wearing a light colored collared shirt. Molly stated that she walked back up to her car, drove back to the front of 1122 King Road. At that point, she saw the address numbers. Molly said that she placed the order at the front door, took a picture, and then left at approximately 0400 hours. During the time Molly was in the area of the King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the blank King Road camera driving back and forth on Willenta Drive and then enter the King Road loop at approximately 0356 hours. At that point, Molly pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off. The white Elantra pulled in behind Molly's vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester, and then exited the King Road at approximately 0358 hours. Molly did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. I continued to question Molly about her time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight on, out. Molly can be seen doing so on the footage from King Road. Molly also continued to tell me the female she saw in the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when Molly looked at her. Molly described her as having long brown hair. Molly stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Approximately 30 minutes into the interview, S.A. Skelton requested Molly take part of a cognitive interview. Molly agreed, and S.A. Skelton began the cognitive interview. During this interview, Molly confirmed much of the information she already told us. Molly was able to remember she had her dog with her during one of her walks in the area, but did not clarify much more in the ways of the details of the evening. We thank Molly for her cooperation, offered her any support she may need, and concluded our interview. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan Molly saw was likely a light-colored SUV, which left the area. Moreover, it does not appear Molly saw the white Elantra at any point during her time near the residence. I certify or declare. So, therefore, she did not see a white sedan with Brian Koberger in it. So, whoever had that information, that hearsay that was put out, was full of shit. Yeah, support for what? Probably for her issues that she has, Miss Q. Thank you for being here, by the way. You can't confuse a tan SUV for a white Elantra. They're two different vehicles. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. So there's that one. Next up, we have okay. This is in relation to Brian's phone info. 1 second. Guys, give me one quick second. So how did she change her story? Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. Or why did she change her story? Is the better question, Lucy. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta grab something.
Eddie, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any possible way? I know he's got 45 days for some type of appeal or something, but is there any possible way he can get this back in court?
I would say I would have no idea. I don't know what to expect next. This plea was something that nobody saw or expected. So,
I agree.
What is the plan moving forward? It's going to be interesting to follow and find out, because there has to be some method to it. That's all I can say right now.
Okay.
Hopefully we can find, whatever. If there is something that we're all missing, I just hope that we someday learn what that is.
Okay, so if he gave up the right to appeal, what's this appeal about that he has?
And again, I wouldn't be the one to ask that. I'm not sure.
There's multiple things that I read off a while back. He has the ability to file an appeal either way. I'll get into that again once we get through these things here, because there are appeals that Brian can file. The judge even brought that to a point. I think he has 38 days, I think, at this point. DS is saying the writ of habeas corpus is one of them. And I think there's another one too. But they'd be very hard to do. It's not as easy as what he could have filed if he would not have waived it. But if it can be proven that there's judicial misconduct, that's a reason. The 16th Amendment being violated is another. And there's a couple other reasons I read, but yeah, 100%. He still has ineffective counsel, of course, is one, and new evidence would be another as well. Go ahead, Eddie.
I guess the only thing I would add is keep in mind, and I'm sure everyone's discussed this previously, but if so, that's all right. I'll say it again. Even when someone confesses to a crime, the state, the prosecution, they still have to prove that that person did it, because there are many instances where people in the past have said that they did a crime. They've pled guilty to something they didn't do. And the reason could be many. There's not just, for what reason, and there's a straight answer to that. Who knows what their motive is? It could be many different reasons for someone to plead guilty to something that they didn't do. But if the prosecution doesn't follow through with that and prove that they indeed did or did not do the crime, I mean, think of how ridiculous the prosecution or the state would look if someone who's innocent admitted guilt to a crime. So they still need to prove he did it, which is what we're all seeing here, is that there is no proof so far as we can see.
They definitely have not proved that. That's no doubt about it.
Well, and unless Brian has figured out a way to beat the system, and if he has, he needs to tell everybody the secret. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like I said, the death row versus general population. Death row, you're in your cell. You get an hour to come out. You get better food. Everything is a little bit, safer and nicer than as far as the prison can be. I just don't understand taking.
There's a reason I feel that this was done at this point. Like I said, if we don't see something in the next 38 days, in my opinion, then I'm going to step back and say, okay, I get it. But at this point, I'm going to give it that time to see if there is some form of appeal filed. I feel like there's a reason that they did this. I feel it's steps that are being taken within the legal system as to why they did it this way. And we'll see. But if not, then, and nothing else happens and it just goes down the way this did, then we just have to accept the fact that this is what it was, whether we like it or not. We can't really do much about it at all.
Will he get the same judge or
no?
Oh, well.
No, an appellate judge, I believe. This goes through appeal process. I do believe, unless it's appealed it. You know what? I'm gonna have to look back into that, Diane, because I read something somewhere else, but I might have been reading the wrong situation. But I think he would have to go through an appellate judge. That's just my opinion.
An appellate judge?
Or appellate, whatever. Sorry.
That's what I had said that, and a friend of mine said, well, no, he goes, Idaho's a little weird. I'm like, no shit. He goes, I think he has to go back in front of the same judge. I was like, well, he's screwed. But if he can get a different judge, fingers crossed.
I don't know. I don't know.
There you go. My see if I can talk. My grandbabies just pulled up.
Okay.
So thank you for having me up. Thank you, Eddie, and everybody have a good day in chat.
Go enjoy. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
Bye.
All right. So this next one is number 105. Hold on. This is Detective Mowry. States on December 29th of 22, based on the above information, Latah County Court signed an order finding probable cause for the criminal complaint charging burglary, Idaho Code 18-1401, 1403, and 4 counts of murder on the first degree, Idaho Code 18-4102, 03, and 04. All felonies. A warrant of arrest was issued for Brian Kohberger. On December 29th, 2022, Brian Kohberger was arrested at his family's home, in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That same day, a Pennsylvania magistrate signed a search warrant for the residence, which included Brian Kohberger's cell phone. Brian Kohberger's cell phone was taken into evidence as hold on. Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, same day, Pennsylvania. Search warrant for the residence, which included Brian Kohberger's cell phone, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, cell phone device is currently in evidence at the FBI, Philadelphia Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory, located at blank. Phone data was extracted by FBI SSA Jeffrey Tanzola, subsequent to the warrant being served. On January 9th of 23, I received a hard drive from SSA Tanzola, which contains a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Kohberger. The data is saved on a Seagate 2 terabyte external USB hard drive with that serial number and is labeled as Philadelphia RCFL evidence. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive provided by Pennsylvania, which contains a forensic image of Brian Kohberger's phone, which was stored in the secured computer forensics lab in Moscow, just like the other stuff. So, as always, they completed the warrant, return, receipt, affidavit, so on and so forth. Now, the evidence exclaims it to be, I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Kohberger with other electronic service providers such as Facebook, Snapchat, etc. I located the following installed applications: website history, screenshots, and username, passwords associated with an electronic service provider. And this is all what's on here: Yik Yak, LinkedIn, Reddit, Twitter, Tinder, Dropbox, Washington Trust Bank, PayPal, YouTube, TikTok, Amazon, Visa prepaid processing, Win2Meet, Activision, GroupMe, NetTeller, Hulu, Instagram, Facebook, PSECU, Spotify, Booking.com, Travelocity, Strava, and NordVPN. These electronic service providers may be storing data relevant to the investigation, which may have been deleted from the device. Now, just so we understand that both detectives, Gilbertson and Payne, said that they looked through all of these things and then some and found an absolute zero connection. As badly as they wanted to find one, there was no connection between him and any of the victims. None. Absolutely none. They just said that again in their press conference the other day. So there was nothing that he was following them on any of these things, and then some, folks. Nothing. Which, again, is very interesting to me. Because I would imagine somebody that's stalking somebody that plans on killing somebody is going to be looking, kind of stalking them on social media platforms as well, but they're not there.
And what was that hearing that we all watched where the banner, I think, was it Court TV? I think that was your 9-hour live stream.
It could have been.
The banner followed all 3 victims on Instagram and social media.
Yeah, and that's a lie. Once again, one of the many, many thousands of lies that have been told about Brian Kohberger. Again, it's interesting.
Yeah, he was sliding into the DMs of the victims.
Just as much as he was touching the Wi-Fi, that proved to be wrong too. So once again, everybody, for the record, the prosecution has stated this. The investigating team has stated this. The documents have stated this. There is absolutely zero connection between Brian Christopher Koberger and any one of these victims and their families. Nothing. That's quite interesting to me. No, I didn't get to see that, Joanne. Not yet. I will. So this next one is 106. This is filled Brett Payne. Brett Paynes are always interesting. The narrative on this was on November 13th at approximately 13:49 hours. I interviewed. Hold on a minute. November 13th at approximately 13:49. That would be 1:49.
True.
Were we or were we not told that Brett did not get there till 4 or 4:30 that afternoon?
Good question.
I'm pretty sure that's what we were told. And that Mabbitt couldn't even come in to step in until they did what they did. And hold on. Brett Payne and Chief Fry, my understanding, did not show up until 4, I think it was 16 or 16:30 hours in the afternoon to the scene. Now we're told here that on November 13th, 2022 at approximately 13:49, that is 1:49 p.m., unless it was 1:49 in the morning, which would be that would be even worse.
Or both things could be true. I mean, if he's interviewing someone for a period of time, say at the police station,
Mm-hmm.
and then didn't get to the crime scene until 4 or whatever, I guess both of those things could be true.
Maybe.
But I know they were implying that he was just like hunting or just away.
They were on a hunting trip, right? Yeah.
And wasn't like on duty until 4. That's kind of what we've always been, I guess, assuming.
Right. Yeah, I guess you could be right. I don't know. We'll have to see how this plays out later on. Okay. Anyway, just a little bit of something of interest.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay. Anyhow, so at approximately 13:49 hours, I interviewed Emily Onstadt at the Moscow Police Department, referenced the quadruple homicide at 11:22. I asked Onstadt what her relationship to the victims was. She told me Carnota was her best friend, and the others were all close friends as well. After I collected her information, I asked Onstadt to tell me about her day on November 12th. Onstadt stated she left the football game and then went to see friends of hers at an apartment near hers, like Taylor Avenue. Onstadt stated she arrived at her apartment at approximately 20:30 hours. Onstadt stated she, Josie, Hunter, Johnson, and L, I still want to know who this L is. L all planned to, or is it Lyndon? Was there somebody named Lyndon, somebody's boyfriend? I think that might be it. Or there's a female L too that we didn't know. All planned to sleep early the evening of November 12th of 22. Onstadt stated they planned to go to the blank lodge party, Moose Lodge party maybe, but did not end up going. Onstadt stated she and Hunter woke up at approximately 0100 hours and then stayed up watching TV until approximately 0300 hours, at which point they went back to sleep. Onstadt stated she woke up at approximately 10:30 on November 13th, 2022. Onstadt stated M called her at approximately 11:51 hours that morning and said last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man, and she and Bethany M, they must have meant Mortensen. Okay, so Mortensen called her at approximately 11:51 hours that morning and said that last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man, and she and Bethany were locked in their room sleeping, and added she wanted Onstadt to come over to check the house because she was too scared. Onstadt also said Mortensen heard Gonsalves scream and run up the stairs. A while later, well, that's interesting. Mortensen came out of her room and saw a man staring at her. Onstadt stated the man didn't do anything to Mortensen. Mortensen said she stayed locked in her room and she heard the side door close. She also ran into Bethany's room. You notice that each one of these statements, Eddie, has been different in some way.
It is different.
Definitely different. The last one we got from Dylan herself was that she watched him walk out the back patio, out the back door. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And before she ran down to Bethany's room at some point, and they keep lying. None of them were sleeping. We know that by their text messages. So at least not these two. But anyway, I also asked Onstadt if she asked Mortensen why she didn't call anyone that night. Onstadt believed Mortensen told her it was because she was intoxicated and didn't want to believe what was going on. Mortensen also told Onstadt the man was wearing a mask and could only see his eyes and nose. Onstadt stated Josie went over to the house just before her. When Onstadt arrived, she stated she went upstairs but was stopped by Josie, who told Onstadt she didn't want to see it. Onstadt went back outside. See, that's different there too, because before it was Hunter. Oh, no, maybe that Jay is Johnson. I'm sorry. Johnson, who told Onstadt she didn't want to see it. Onstadt went back outside. Officers responded. I asked Onstadt if anything seemed out of the ordinary from what she saw. She told me there was a large party at the house on Friday, November 11th, 2022. Onstadt stated the house was a mess due to the party. Onstadt also told me she saw a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside. Onstadt described the knife as a steak knife. It was later determined that Johnson grabbed the knife. See, in the other report, it says that it was laying on top of the beer pong table. So now it's laying on the floor at the top of the stairs. Okay. That Johnson grabbed this knife when he entered the house. Onstadt stated she remained outside after she walked out of the residence until law enforcement arrived. She also stated that she then came to the Moscow PD to be interviewed. I asked Onstadt if she knew who would commit the murders. Onstadt stated she did not know. Onstadt added she and Kernodle were no longer blank sorority members. I asked her if there had been any stalking behavior or recent suspicious circumstances. Onstadt stated there had not been anything she could remember. She also stated that there were no other conflicts with the other victims she knew of. I concluded my interview with Onstadt after collecting the information about her cell phone. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, these stories keep changing little by little by little. Everybody's got a little something different to say. And I mean, whatever. Nothing I can change. So there's no point in complaining about it, I guess.
So this is pretty much a summary of EA's statement.
Emily Onstadt. Yeah, basically. Absolutely.
And wasn't it during the phone call when we got the transcript from the 911 call?
Mm-hmm.
Or the call itself, rather. She was there, cited as one of the persons that we could hear. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Josie, from what I understand at this point now, that Bethany tried to call 911. Then Josie gets on the phone because she can't talk. Hunter goes in the house, comes back out, then he gets on the phone. Then the phone's handed over at some point to Dylan and then back to Bethany, and then they go back in the house or whatever. Those are all the people that were on the phone, from my understanding.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now in the court record. But the reason I'm asking is because it sounds like Jay told her you don't want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like the 911 call hasn't happened.
It hadn't happened yet, like we said before, Eddie, right?
At that point. So he's already seen,
He's already seen
it.
Checked their
and he
pulse.
knows.
Right. So why does it, when they got on the phone to 911, did they pretend like they knew none of this?
Right.
And go back in the house and do it again? It was like practiced, and then they did it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's so dumb to me. Come on, Dylan, we have to go. Okay. And he had already been in there. He already checked the pulses. He already knew they were dead. And then they come out down 911 and they do it all over again. That is so insane to me.
All right. Everybody pretend and act like you don't know what's going on. There's a drunk roommate.
Mm-hmm.
That's the script. So ready?
And that's what the call was. Yes, sir. That's the call. That's how it went in. But he knew that they were dead at that point.
They all did.
Why did you not call 911 and say, we have my two roommates, my two roommates are dead. There's blood everywhere. Why wasn't that the phone call?
Yeah. And again, and I understand this is very suspicious on those residents or the students, but my question is always this: the law enforcement know all this.
Yep.
So who are you suspicious of more so?
Agreed. Not to mention, that's very true that he went in there. You could hear it. He's yelling Xana and Ethan in the background as if he didn't know where they were on that call. That's so weird. What is the deal with this? It was reenacted. It was practiced and then redone. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to call it, Ed. I don't even know what to call it. It's so weird. And you're right. You're right about that. They already know at that point. I don't know. It's beyond strange, folks. It's beyond strange. The 911 call to me was absolutely fake because of that situation right there. Okay. They went in, they went through the whole exact same thing. Get on the call and say, we don't know if she's breathing or not, but you took her pulse. You know she's dead. And you know he's in there too, because he took both their pulses. Then you come back outside, make a phone call, and pretend like none of this happened already. And answer to the 911 caller, you don't know what's going on. Somebody's passed out. This is exactly why everybody has questioned this. And we're called stupid and mean because we do it. Come on. This is ridiculous. Welcome, Mittens. Good to see you. Next up, this is 107. Okay, so on November 13th, around 14:19 hours, would have been 2:19, I conducted an interview with HC. I'm going to guess Hunter Chapin at the Moscow Police Department. H blank, 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 one of the victims. So yeah, maybe brother, one of the victims. Hunter is a student at the University of Idaho and is a member of the blank fraternity. Hunter lives at the fraternity. Hunter told me that he and Ethan went to a formal dinner with their sister, Maisie. Hunter, Maisie is a member of the blank sorority. Okay, the formal was at around 1800 hours at Hungadunga. After the formal was over, they went back to blank. Ethan, Xana, and Hunter were all hanging out at his apartment room at the blank Sigma Chi fraternity. Sorry. Hunter last saw Ethan and Xana at 2100 hours when he left his apartment to go up to the main lodge where the house party was. So that was the last time anybody saw them then, was 2100 hours. When he left his apartment to go up to the main lodge where the house party was, Hunter returned at 21:15 hours and Ethan and Xana were gone. So he was only upstairs for 15 minutes. That's wild. Okay. Hunter stated he went to bed around 2200 hours. I asked Hunter if Ethan had any issues with anyone. He told me no. I asked Hunter if he knew if Xana had any issues with anyone, and he told me no. Hunter was not able to provide me with any further information. Why is the fight that happened at the frat house not being talked about in any of these things? Because it did happen. Somebody called Jasmine that night, Xana's sister, and told her about it. And that was why Jeff was going to go there, and they told him not to because he had been drinking too much. So why is that not stated in any of these these reports. I don't understand that, but okay. Let it be what it is. So there's that. This next one is Dustin Blaker. Let's see what we got here. This is 108. Narrative on this. On November 11th at 2022 at around 14:27 hours, I conducted an interview on JL at the Moscow Police Department. November 11th. Okay. Jay told me this must be Josie, lives at blank Taylor Avenue. These apartments are referred to as the Whites. Josie stated she went to 11:22 in the afternoon of 11:12 and was hanging out with Xana. Josie stated they all... Hold on. This makes no sense if we're going to go... The date's wrong. This is Dustin Blaker stating that he conducted an interview on November 11th at 2:27 in the afternoon. Before the murders happened? Or did he obviously screw up the date on this again? He had to have. It's definitely a typo. There's a lot of typos in this. Anyway, sorry, guys. It just caught me off guard. Stated they all went to the Whites at around 1300 hours for different parties in the apartment complex. Ethan left to go to his sister's formal, but Josie was not sure what time that was. Josie felt she got to Xana's house at around 12:30 on 11/12. Josie stated she saw Xana, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, C, and L. L and Ethan. Josie told me she feels she last saw Xana and Ethan at around 1500 hours, but was not sure. Josie told me she got a text from Ethan asking for the Snapchat for CG, but she never sent it to him. Josie did not know why Ethan wanted this information and stated as far as she knew, they did not have issues with each other. C and G, huh? Okay. So back that part up and listen to that again. Josie felt she got to Xana's house at around 12:30 on 11/12 of 22. Josie stated that she saw Xana, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, C, L. L and Ethan. Josie told me she feels she last saw Xana and Ethan at around 3 o'clock hours, but was not sure. Josie told me she got a text from Ethan asking for the Snapchat for CG, but she never sent it to him. Josie did not know why Ethan wanted this information and stated as far as she knew they did not have issues with each other. Okay. Well, there we are. Josie then told me where she had heard from others that Kaylee had seen some random guy behind the house when she took Murphy out to go pee. Josie also heard of an incident where some random guy followed Kaylee around Winco and followed her out of the store, and she thought he tried to get into her car. Josie was not sure for sure who she heard this from, but either B, Bethany, or Dylan could tell us more. Well, it's interesting how Bethany and Dylan have all this information. Josie told me she knows Xana and Ethan do like to use Adderall when they drink, but they did not know who they got it from or if they took it on 11/12. Josie was not able to tell me anything else related to the case. Interesting. Okay. Next up. This is Dustin Blaker again. Narrative is on November 13th, 2022 at around 14:41. I conducted an interview on AW at the Moscow PW. A lives at Blank Queen Road, which is in the area of 1122. A was working at the U of I football game and was Ava Woods, that's the one. Okay. She was a good friend to Kaylee, I believe. And that's the one Lana says that has a lot to say. So anyway, Ava Wood at the Moscow PD. Ava lives at Blank Queen Road, which is in the area of 1122. Ava was working at the U of I football game and was at the game until around 4:45 or 20:45 hours. Ava did not have any interactions with any of the people who live at 1122. Ava saw and heard all the emergency lights and sirens and looked out and saw some of her friends standing outside with white blankets around them. Ava went out, brought more blankets to the people outside to try and help. Ava told me a few weeks ago on October 14th around 0100 hours, she heard what she thought was a male walk up to her door and try to open her door. Ava stated she had her deadbolt and door were both locked. Ava told me that she saw photos posted on Snapchat by Kaylee showing Kaylee and Maddie had been at the corner club and the grub truck. Ava was not able to tell me anything about this case. Interesting. Huh. She couldn't tell her anything about the case, but like Lana said, she has a whole lot to say about other stuff now, I guess. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Okay, so this is number 110. Again, this is more of the evidence that was taken. We already went through this, so they put this in here twice. That's crazy. Okay, let me see here. All right, number 111 is another one from Brett Payne. Okay, and on November 13th at approximately 14:20, I interviewed MC at Moscow PD, reference to the quadruple homicides, so on and so forth. And MC is, okay, this is Maisie Chapin. Consented to a forensic search of her phone. I collected it from her. I asked Maisie to tell me what her day looked like on November 12th. Maisie stated she had her blank formal the night of November 12th. Maisie stated she did not do much prior to the formal and then went to Hungadunga for the event at approximately 1900 hours. Maisie said Hunter Chapin and Ethan Chapin left the formal with several other friends at approximately 2000 hours. Maisie stated she was dropped off at her house as the group was planning to go to the Blank Lodge party. However, Maisie stated she did not go and remained at her sorority until Hunter called her the morning of November 13th at approximately 12:30 hours. Maisie stated Hunter told her to come to Xana's. When he called her, Maisie said Hunter did not elaborate on why she needed to come to the house. Maisie stated stated Hunter Johnson, Hunter Chapin, Emily Onstadt, Josie, unknown last F and M were all there when she arrived. So there's a couple other names that are there. F and M. Oh, Funk and Mortensen. Okay. Maisie said someone told her when she got there that someone was in the house and Ethan and Xana didn't make it. Maisie told me Ethan, Xana, and Hunter had been texting her that night prior, asking her to come to the blank blank. Maisie said she saw the text once she woke up that morning, November 13th. Maisie stated she did not go to the house that morning. Maisie could not think of anyone or any reason why anyone would commit the homicides. I concluded my interview with Maisie and advised her to reach out if she needed resources MPD could provide. Some of these are very vague, guys. These interviews are really weak in some sense. Really weak.
Yeah, very vague.
Once again, not a real investigation in my
They're
opinion.
not going to be giving us anything useful.
No, I don't believe so either. Next up, this says responding. Oh, this is from Brett Payne again. Narrative on this one is, hold on. On November 13th of 22, I approximately 14:20 Oh, wait, this is the same one I just did, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, guys. I must have double-clicked that one. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. My apologies. Thanks for your patience with my stupidity sometimes. November 14th of 2022 at around, and this is Dustin Blaker again. At around 15:52 hours, I called KF to arrange an interview with her. Kay had already left Moscow and was heading to southern Idaho to be with her family. Kay told me she had contact with Bethany and Dylan on 11/12. Dylan arrived at her residence at 22:30, and Bethany arrived at her residence at around 23:30. So they're an hour apart. Hours. Kay lives at blank Taylor Avenue. Bethany and Dylan were at her residence for 2 to 3 hours. Kay stated she walked them past the Whites sometime before 0200 hours, but she could not positively tell me. Kay stated she stayed on Taylor and then turned around. Turned around when she was not sure what route they took home for sure, but felt they kept walking west on Taylor toward King. Kay stated there was a group of 3 or 4 other females with Bethany and Dylan at the time. Kay did state she was drunk at the time and she could not recall all the events and everyone who was present with the group. Kay stated, Kay blank stated she thought L blank M was with the group. This is that LM girl again that nobody seems to know who it is. Kay was not able to tell me anything else. Who is Kay and who is LM? Kendra. I bet you that's Kendra. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, buddy. Good for you. Good to meet your neighbors that way, I guess. Somebody needs to figure out who this LM is so I can figure it out. All right, next up we have, this is once again Dustin Blaker. November 14th of 22 at around 1710 hours, 1710 hours, sorry. I contacted Eric Gower in the front lobby of the police department. Eric Gower had contacted Moscow PD earlier in the day and stated he is a local Uber driver and he gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home on 11/13 of 22 from the downtown area. Gower had been in the Spokane Coeur d'Alene area when he contacted us and stated he would not be back until 1700 hours. Hold on, folks. Sorry about that.
Dago, before you read on, weren't we always led to believe that the private driver, or am I confusing it with a DoorDash?
He did not work for Uber. He was a rideshare driver.
What I was going to ask is, maybe it was the DoorDash. Which one? Because it's saying here.
See, I was under the understanding he did not work for Uber. From what we heard in the beginning was that he was like a private rideshare driver. He didn't actually work for Uber.
Oops. What happened? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're here. You're here.
Why am I here twice?
You must have bumped up or something. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I bumped out and.
No, you're here good now. But
okay, there it goes.
So what my understanding was that he did not work for Uber. He was not an Uber driver. That he was a private rideshare driver. Is what I always understood.
Yeah, my question was, I always thought that the private driver or EG contacted law enforcement. I'm gonna have to look at that now. I'm curious.
You're right. That he called. Yeah, he called them himself.
That's what I thought. That's what we were always led to believe. And I'm not sure the date on that either, but
I agree. Thank you, Phil, for that.
it's another quest. Now I got another to do here.
I agree. I agree, sir. I agree. Thank you, Phil, so much for those 5 gifted memberships. I can't tell who got them right now. Whoever did, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Very generous, Phil, and very much appreciated. God bless. I appreciate that so much. If you guys see who it is, please welcome them into the sauce, guys. Appreciate that so much.
Matter of fact, I was curious about that earlier today. Before your live stream, I watched the press conference on the 20th. So in other words, the second press conference.
Okay, gotcha.
And they're already talking about the private driver being cleared during that press conference.
Yep, they did.
That was, again, the 20th.
That's right. I do remember that too.
Well, maybe I'll dive into this a little bit further and get some answers before your next live stream.
Sounds like a plan to me, buddy. I appreciate it very much.
Okay. Continue.
All right. Hold on. That's a good point. It's possible that he left a message. They had to call him back. Seems like he had to answer. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Around 17:10 hours, I contacted Eric Gower in the front lobby of the police department. Gower had contacted Moscow PD earlier in the... Okay, well, there it is. He had contacted Moscow PD earlier in the day and stated he was a local Uber driver. He gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home on 11/13/22 from the downtown area. Gower had been in the Spokane Coeur d'Alene area when he contacted us and stated he would not be back until 1700 hours. I asked Gower how he knew Kaylee and Maddie. Gower stated he drives for Uber and Lyft, there it is, and Kaylee and Maddie had become some of his regular customers, and this is how he met them. Gower stated he was contacted by Kaylee on 11/12 at around 22:02 hours and asked if he could pick her and some friends up at 1122 King and take them to the Corner Club. Gower arrived at the address at 20:15 hours and picked up Kaylee, Maddie. Kaylee, Maddie, and one other female. I'm sorry. Gower stated at 01:45 hours on 11/13 he was contacted by Kaylee again and asked if he could pick her and some friends up at the grub truck. Gower arrived at the grub truck at around 01:49 hours. Gower took Kaylee and Maddie home. He stated it was a 3 to 4 minute drive from the grub truck to 1122. Gower told me he has been driving for Uber and Lyft since 2019. Gower told me Kaylee has been a regular for at least the last year. Gower stated he was working, but Kaylee did not contact him through the Uber or Lyft app, but instead texted him directly both times. Gower stated that when he got to the grub truck, he parked in front of the grub truck on Main Street facing south. Gower texted Kaylee that he was there, and she stated they would be there in a second and said that they were at order 75 and theirs was 78. Kaylee and Maddie came to the vehicle a short time later. Kaylee was in the front passenger seat. Maddie was in the rear seat. Maddie was eating the food from grub truck with her hands. They all had a casual conversation. Gower stated they appeared to be fine and nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. Gower stated that he still had the text on his phone and that he sent screenshots to me. I burned those screenshots to a DVD and booked it into property at a later time along with other documents I had related to this case. Gower was not able to give more information at that time. Okay, so there's that. I don't know. I still question some of that stuff. Phil says to make sure you have allow gifting turned on in your settings. We love all meatballs, but the green ones stand out like an Xmas tree on a synagogue. Gifting on equals go green. Thank you, Phil. And guys, thank you. Yeah, if you guys are interested in becoming a member and you're not already, make sure you have gifting available. That little $sign, go ahead and click it, and it should allow you to receive gifts or memberships. So thank you. And thank you again, Phil. Very generous. We appreciate you so much. All right. Next up. Let's see here, guys. We have Brett Payne again. Let's see. On November 13th of 22 at approximately 2:37, I interviewed Jack Decor at the Moscow PD, reference a quadruple homicide which occurred at 11:22. Decor was the blank, blank, blank. Decor consented to have his phone forensic. I thought we already went through this one, but this is another one. It is 114. Must have been somebody else that interviewed him. Okay. I asked Decor to tell me about his day on November 12th of 22. Decor stated he worked at blank and worked from 1400 hours to 10 hours on November 12th. Stated he left his work, dropped off some food for a friend working at the corner club. Decor stated he went home to something King Road, then returned to the corner club around 2300 hours. Decor stated he saw Gonsalves at the corner club and spoke to her briefly. Decor stated he left the corner club but was unsure if Gonsalves had left before or after him. Decor stated that he went to bed when he got home. When Decor awoke, he told me he saw commotion down the street. 1122 King Road is visible from blank King Road. Decor stated he later looked at his phone and saw several missed calls from Gonsalves and Mogan from the early morning hours on November 13th of 22. I clarified Decor's timeline for the night prior. He told me he left the corner club at approximately 0100 hours and returned home. Decor said he got a ride from PR, the blank, blank, blank of blank Decor fraternity. He told me he thought he went to sleep at approximately 0130 hours and woke up at approximately 1130 hours on November 13th of 22. I asked Decor to tell me what the commotion was he mentioned. Decor told me he saw law enforcement and emergency vehicles in front of 1122 King Road. So he walked over to see what was happening. I asked Decor to clarify the missed calls he received early that morning. Decor told me he received multiple calls from Gonsalves and Mogan, one of which was FaceTime between, that's new. FaceTime, and that was at 0240 to 0300. Okay. 0240 to 0300 hours. Decor stated he knew Mogan for some time, but she would not call him for any reason. Decor also said Gonsalves texted him to tell him he could come to her house to retrieve his vape pen. I asked Decor if he noticed. So wait a minute. One of which was a FaceTime call between 240 to 0300 hours. So from my understanding, they started calling him at 2:22 and stopped at 2:56. But in between there's a call for 20 minutes. A FaceTime call from 2:40 to 3 o'clock. That's a 20-minute like FaceTime, right? That was never mentioned before.
Can you do that again?
One of which the calls was FaceTime between 2:40 to 3 o'clock. And the FaceTime call was maybe it's 20 minutes if it goes that long, but they never mentioned a FaceTime call before. A missed FaceTime. It would be missed if he wasn't on it, but why did it run for 20 minutes? That's weird. Oh, it was somewhere in between 2:40 to 3 o'clock. Okay, I get it now. Sorry, guys. I'm just word for word, and sometimes you got to try to understand what they mean. Anyway, The court stated he knew. We read all that, the vape pen thing. I asked the court if he noticed or heard anything suspicious anytime recently. The court stated he saw a dark gold minivan backing up King Road approximately 1 to 2 months prior. The court stated he did not remember any other suspicious circumstances. The court did not add Gonsalves would call him on occasion. The court did add that Gonsalves would call him on occasion when she was walking home alone or when she was feeling sketched out. The court stated that there were people coming in and out of 1122 King Road frequently, and more people knew the code to their door than they should have. The court stated that he was not sure if the residents regularly locked the rear sliding door. The court also told me that he and Gonsalves owned a dog, a golden doodle named Murphy, with Gonsalves. He also told me Gonsalves was taking the dog out sometime in the past when Gonsalves saw a shadowy figure behind the house. The court stated nothing else came of the incident. I asked the court about his relationship with Gonsalves, and he told me that they had dated for approximately 5 years and broke up several months prior due to a loss of spark, coupled with Gonsalves leaving for a job in Texas. The court stated that there wasn't conflict and the breakup was mutual. I asked the court if there was anyone who flirted with Gonsalves. The court stated there was a male by the name of E.R. That's a new one. E.R., who often flirted with Gonsalves. The court did not know of any past stalking incidents, nor did he know who would have committed the murders. I asked the court about his conversation with Gonsalves at the Corner Club. Thank you so much, Brian. I can't tell who got that, but congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. So that's 6 new meatballs jumping in today. I appreciate you guys very much. Very generous, and God bless. Appreciate you guys so very much. Did Boston get it? Okay, cool. That's awesome. And did Borg get one too? Maybe. Either way, all of you guys, congrats and welcome. And by the way, guys, again, as I always say, we do not expect any kind of donations or anything like this to the channel. It's never expected, but always appreciated. Anybody that may have donated to the Cash App, the Venmo, or the PayPal, once again, God bless. Much appreciated. Again, never expected. You don't need to do that to be part of this community. And same with the memberships and super chats and stickers, guys. Thank you so much. It helps keep me going. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. I asked the court about his conversation with Gonsalves at the Corner Club. He said the conversation was short but normal. The court did not have any further information for me during this interview, so I concluded the interview with the court. It seems very short to have an interview with an ex-boyfriend, but okay. That's just my opinion, I guess. Okay, so this next one is from Officer Payne, or Detective Payne, I should say. On November 24th, I collected a black polar penguin glove from the parking lot of 1122 King Road. I conducted the subsequent investigation by watching the BWC body-worn camera of Officer Nunez, the first MPD officer on scene, and looking over the scene photos taken by the ISP forensics team. None of these sources showed the glove was present upon officers' initial response to the scene or during the processing of the scene on November 13th. It is unclear where the glove came from at the time of this writing. Oh, that's cute. Once again, that shows a shitty crime scene investigation. Surprise. So the trip to Boise to retrieve back the evidence that was handed back to Dylan that shouldn't have been, done by Officer Blaker again. On January 6th at around 0710, I retrieved evidence from MPD Evidence Tech TS. I signed for the items and transported them to the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab in Meridian. Refer to Evidence Tech TS. Records for what specific items were transported once I arrived. In Meridian, I transferred the items from MPD to the ISP intake receptionist. All items were signed for chain of custody. I was then given several items the lab had tested and were able to be returned to MPD for storage. I signed for all and completed the chain of custody paperwork on the bags. Prior to coming back to Moscow, I stopped at Dylan Morton's residence in Boise to retrieve the personal items which had been released to her earlier in the week by accident. I packed these belongings into my vehicle and I returned to Moscow. Once back in Moscow, I booked all the evidence from the state lab back into property. I left Dylan's personal items locked in a vehicle. Wait a minute. I left Dylan's personal items locked in the vehicle I was driving, and on 1/9, I transported these items to the city shop, and I placed them in a secure garage. One item of note is as the items were being loaded into the vehicle, I was driving a Ford Fusion, which we were able to get everything into the vehicle except a small table. We attempted several times to get the table into the vehicle, but it was not going to fit. Dylan Blank stated they did not care if the table was returned or she had her husband break the table and place it in the vehicle. On a 1/10/23, I told Ann Taylor, defense counsel for the suspect, about why and who broke the table. See, this shit's so weird. You left the shit sit in a car, you gave it back before you were supposed to, and then had to go pick it back up. I have issues with all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry. That's definitely not professional. And too many mistakes, once again, being made in a situation like this. Good God. Next up, where are we at now? We're getting close, guys. We're getting close.
Yeah, Diggle. And there's an answer for everything.
Of course.
Whatever is amiss and is questionable, there's always going to be just some ridiculous way to just explain it away.
Right. And what about the word husband we just heard for Dylan Mortensen? Is she married? Was she married at that point? Like, what the hell? They've screwed up even. There's so many typos in this. It's not even funny. And then breaking evidence. This is just weird. I'm sorry. It's all weird. On January 10th of 23 at around 13-15 hours, I met with Ann Taylor and her team at the Moscow police. This is, by the way, this is Dustin Blaker. Swear to God, this dude, the lead detective, he's on everything. I met with Ann Taylor, her defense team at the Moscow PD. Taylor is the defense attorney for Brian Koberger. Taylor had arranged to go through the garbage sent to us from Pennsylvania by FBI investigators. Items from Madison's room and Xana's room. 2 vehicles belonging to Ethan and personal items belonging to Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany. After looking at the garbage, Taylor identified several items she felt we could discard since they contained perishable goods and they had started to spoil. We placed these items on a shelf located in the northeast corner of the storage garage at the police department. Taylor, who also identified several items she wanted us to keep until she saw reports of these items. Taylor was good with where we were keeping the mattresses, bed frames, nightstands, shelf, and sheets from Madison's room and Xana's room. I escorted Taylor to her team and her team to the city shop. They went through personal items were removed from 11/22 weeks earlier. These items belonged to Bethany and Dylan and Ethan. When Taylor was done, she identified several items she wanted MPD to hold and was going to request an order from the judge to take these items and have them tested. Those items were placed in cardboard boxes and placed away from the other items so that they would not accidentally be released. Taylor and her team looked at both vehicles while at the shop. Taylor stated she would contact Bill Thompson's office and would advise him when she felt the other items would be released. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Oh. So this next one is again about personal items. This was Chief Fry on 12/7. What the hell? Okay. 12/7 at approximately 10 a.m., Lieutenant Mooney and I packed up personal belongings from Xana and Ethan's room and personal belongings from Madison's room. Captain Lanier, Captain Barrett, Captain Dollinger, Detective Vargas, and Admin Assistant KP helped box up personal items from the 1122 King Road residence. Lieutenant Mooney and I wore protective gloves and shoe booties, which were changed out after completion of Xana's room prior to going into Madison's room. I then left the residence to rent a U-Haul truck. After loading the items into the truck, I drove the vehicle to the secure storage garage at the Moscow City shop. All listed above individuals unpacked the truck into the secured storage garage where they were kept prior to releasing them to family members. Okay. Which we all saw that video when that happened too. What in the hell? I think this is just a testimony from somebody else that was there with law enforcement. This is whoever KP is. And then at approximately 10 a.m., I accompanied Moscow PD command staff and Detective Vargas, as well as Mike Mooney of the Idaho State Police to 1122. In the entryway of the residence, I put on PPE to include shoe covers and black gloves. My activities inside the residence included place the personal belongings of Bethany Funk's bedroom into boxes. This bedroom is located on the first floor east side. Captain Roger Lanier, and Detective Vargas assisted with this task. Placed the personal belongings of Dylan Mortenson's bedroom into boxes. This bedroom is located on the second floor east side. Detective Vargas assisted with this task. Place the items located on the first floor west side bedroom into boxes and or stacked by the door to be loaded. Captain Lanier and Detective Vargas assisted with this task. After packaging the bedrooms, I moved taped boxes from the second floor living room area to the top of the stairway to be passed down the stairs and loaded into the U-Haul truck. After completion of these tasks, I removed my gloves, shoe covers, and left the residence. After riding with Captain Barrett and Detective Vargas to the city shop, secure garage, I helped unload items from the truck and stack the boxes according to the names on the boxes. Command staff and Detective Vargas assisted with this task. Okay. That one was a little weird the way it was written, but no biggie. This is Captain Lanier. On December 7th, wait a minute, is this the same thing? Yep, this is about packing. We don't even need to go through this. We've seen 3 of these now. Okay, this is different. So this is Tyson Barrett. This was the original lead detective on the case, mind you, folks. On 12/14, KL. Who is KL? That's another one I want to know. Okay. Asked me if there was a way to ensure the personal text messages and photos shared between her and Madison would not be deleted or lost off Madison's phone. I told her I would check with our forensic detective. On 12/15, I talked with Detective Mowry about saving the messages and photos on Madison's phone that were between her and blank. Detective Mowry said he could save the information separately on a disk. He then suggested providing the disk to L. I then spoke with Latah County prosecutor, and he said I could release the disk to L. I mailed the disc to L on 12/20. L contacted me and said she received the disc. That's weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dago, Fizzy Cake is right. It's Karen Laramie.
Ah, okay. That would be her mom, then. That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Thank you, Fizzy. Perfect sense. Too many letters and names. That definitely makes sense then. Good catch, guys. Good catch. All right. Next up, we're getting there. This is Brett Payne. On January 18th to 23, I spoke to KA EA Emily Onstadt blank reference a suspicious occurrence she and Emily remembered at 11:22. I called Kay and asked her what she remembered. Kay told me that she came to Moscow to celebrate Emily's birthday on blank 22. Kaylee Gonsalves had planned a party for Emily at 11:22 that evening. Kay Thank you, Brian, so much. I can't tell once again who got it, but thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. So generous, and God bless. It goes to all of you. Welcome, whoever got it, and whoever's in the sauce with us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Case stated several people, to include Gonsalves and Emily, were on the back patio during the party. Gonsalves' dog Murphy was also present. Case stated that Murphy ran up into the bushes behind the house on several occasions and would not return when called. Kay stated that they called Murphy numerous times before he would come back. Kay told me that the group eventually went inside and shut the door. This was the only occurrence Kay was present for, but told me Emily remembered more similar occasions. I called Emily on 119, referenced these occurrences. Emily also related the occasion on her birthday and added it was unlike Murphy to not immediately return home when called, which is a reason she and Gonsalves were concerned about someone being behind the house. When Murphy would behave in this manner, Emily told me about another occasion on October 29th, 22, during which she was at the 1122 King Road for a Halloween party. Emily told me Mogan, Gonsalves, Carnodal, and Chapin were all present at the party. During the party, Emily stated the group gathered on the back patio once again, and Murphy began to run into the wood line behind the house and not come back. Emily told me that they heard noises too. She described these noises as similar to what it would sound like if someone was moving through the woods on foot. This occasion took place midday, and they did not see anyone behind the house. However, Murphy's behavior and the noises caused them to go inside and close the door. The last occasion Emily remembered took place approximately 2 weeks prior to the homicides. Emily was unsure of the date. Emily stated Murphy displayed similar behavior of running into the woods and not coming back when called. Emily also recalled an occurrence during the same time frame wherein she and Gonsalves returned to 1122 King Road, found the rear sliding door standing open, and Murphy was missing. Emily stated that they had to go out and look for Murphy after they found the door open. I asked Emily if it was common for people who didn't live at 1122 to walk in when no one was home. Emily stated it was not uncommon and added members of blank and several friends of the females who lived there would come and go at will. I thanked Emily for her time and concluded our interview after advising her to call me if she remembered anything new. Well, that's odd. Why were there never any police reports made about stuff like this? Or not? Why did they never, if they did call police, why didn't anything ever happen? That's crazy.
Can you guys imagine being a roommate, one of 6 roommates, and of that age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how chaotic life would be, and how it would be impossible to have a sense of calm or normalcy. It would just be almost complete, like we're reading. Right. Dog missing, doors open. I mean, that had to be the norm rather than the exception.
Right. Good point. I am judging you like you judge others. I don't know you, and Molly was not high that night. You don't know her either. I don't care about your opinions. Why are you getting so upset about this, Aggie? Truly, do you know Molly? Do you know for a fact she wasn't? I mean, I'm looking back here. I think it was an assumption. Truly, and if it's not, then we're made to believe that kind of stuff, Aggie, based on what we've seen. We don't need to attack each other, though. That's one thing we don't do here, so let's not do that, guys, okay? How strange that the dog is left out and the door is wide open. That's a good point there, Lucy. And if she wasn't, that's fine. I mean, I'd love to have a talk with her my damn self. If she, there's no gag anymore. So if Molly wants to talk to me, I would give her a safe and comfortable platform to do that on, where she wouldn't be attacked. But That's totally up to her. I understand she's talking to Amy JS, but this is my platform, and I don't want people attacking each other, and I'm going to talk to whoever I want to. So, okay, this next thing here is initial response from Captain Barrett. Okay, on 11/13 at around 1200 hours, I received a phone call from Sergeant Gunderson informing me his team responded to a call at 11:22 where they found 4 deceased college-age individuals inside the residence. He said it was apparent that they had all been murdered. Sergeant Gunderson said they did not know how. Wait, he did not know the Sergeant Gunderson said his team had cleared the rest of that.
You forgot to enlarge that document.
I did. You're right. It probably helped. Then you could see it too, but it's like they missed a sentence there.
Sorry, the report.
Right there, it says Sergeant Gunderson said that they did not know the location. There it is. I missed a whole space. I'm sorry, guys, because I couldn't see it. Hold on a minute here. I'm going to say it one more time. I say it every time I come in here. There is nobody that needs to be judging or talking down to anybody in this community, or you just don't want to be here, okay? Because we don't do that in here. That's all I'm saying. So if you think you feel like you have to, then just move on. Otherwise, I'm going to get nasty. And I don't want to do that because I don't like doing that. Moving on. Again. Sergeant Gunderson said that his team had cleared the residence and secured the scene. He said that they identified a group of college-age individuals outside the residence and had started interviewing them. I called Chief Fry, Captain Lanier, and Captain Dollinger to let them know about the homicide. I called Detective Sergeant Lawrence, told him about the homicide, and asked him to call in detectives. Sergeant Lawrence said that he would call in Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne. I didn't know Blaker was a detective. Okay, that explains why he's all over all this then. To assist as well, because they were slated to rotate into detectives soon. Sergeant Lawrence said that he was also calling the Idaho State Police to ask the Region 2 detectives to process the crime scene. I called BE, U of I Dean of Students. Okay. And BL with U of I Office of Public Safety and Security to inform them of the homicide because the residence was near the U of I campus and the victims appeared to be college students.
The previous paragraph, real quick. Earlier,
yes, sir.
You were wondering about, so Detective Payne was interviewing someone at around 1:30 p.m.
Right. Right.
Instead of 4 p.m. arriving at the scene, right? So now in this that we just read in that previous paragraph, he called Chief Fry, Captain Lanier, and Captain Dollinger to let them know about the homicide. I called Detective Sergeant Lawrence. Where was it that we read that? Oh, okay.
Eddie, hold on, buddy.
The next sentence.
Hold on 1 minute. You were attacking someone, Dago. It's none of your concern. Okay. Here's the thing. I swear to God, I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm trying to keep peace within my chat. Okay, I didn't call anybody names or scream and yell at anybody. I'm trying to stop a situation before it happens. That's my job as the creator of the channel. Okay. If it embarrassed you because I called you out, I was talking to both of you to shut the whole thing down before it got any worse. I will no longer support. You don't have to, okay? Nobody's broken, crying about this and everything else. If you want the fucking money back, I'll send it to you. Give me the link to send it to you, okay? Other than that, it is what it is. I'm so tired of this bullshit. People need to grow the fuck up. I'm trying to get through this, and all you guys are worried about is big. I mean, come on. It's enough. You know, I treat everybody in here with absolute respect every time I'm in here. Every time. It's ridiculous. Don't support it then. Don't support me then. I don't care. Okay? Move along if that's what you want to do. Good God. And I apologize for my language and being angry, folks, but I'm sick of this. Sick and tired of it. And welcome back, Diane. Thank you, Robert, and thank you for being here. Where are we at?
So I was wondering, so we just read that case. Sergeant Lawrence said that he would call in Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne to assist as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At around 1200 hours. Okay, so he received a call from Gunderson informing that he responded to a call at 1122, and then he cleared the scene. So, okay, I guess, okay, it doesn't really shed any light as to what explains that Corporal Detective Payne was already, on the clock and interviewing someone at 1:30ish p.m. That still could be true. So it's okay. It's still clear as mud, I guess.
Right. No, I understand.
I was just wondering if this shed any light on that. And to answer my own question, I don't think so. It doesn't help.
Probably not so much, right? It's a good look. It's a good. I mean, it's good to look into it, though. You know what I mean, bud?
Yeah.
I mean, we do have like questions on top of questions on top of questions. So to be able to make sure we understand these things, that's all.
So that's a tight time frame, though, because Sergeant Gunderson cleared this scene. We know what time frame ish that would have been around. He gets a hold and starts contacting Chief Fry, Captain Lanier, Captain Dollinger, and then this other Sergeant Lawrence said that he's going to call Corporal Payne and Sergeant Blaker. So that takes a little bit of time. I mean, Corporal Payne is like man of action. He's like Johnny on the spot interviewing someone already at 1:30ish.
At 1:30, and like I said, we were told. I'm pretty sure in the beginning that Corporal Payne and Chief Fry were together on a hunting trip out of state. Okay, so I mean, if that's not true, then they, I guess, maybe clarify why were they not on scene until 4:30 in the afternoon? Why did Mabbitt have to wait till 5 for them to process everything? You know what I mean? Because we were under the understanding that was why Mabbitt didn't get to go in until that time, was because she had to wait for them to get through with what they were doing, and they didn't show up till 4:30 in the afternoon. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and I think it's in the PCA, right?
That's what I thought, yeah.
I'm going to look at that while you're doing your reading.
Okay. Again, no problem, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, Unc, good to see you. And guys, I'm sorry for blowing up like that. I'm tired of doing... this is not a daycare, guys. We're all adults. This is an amazing community full of amazing people. And there's always got to be somebody that comes in here and just starts these little nitpick fights. It's not, and don't tell me it's not my concern. It's my goddamn channel. It is my concern to be able to keep things in order here and to be able to keep these things from happening. So it is my concern.
What was her problem?
I don't know. It was something to do with Molly saying Molly wasn't high that night or something like that she was discussing with somebody else in here. I think it was Amy Conway. Either way. And I thank everybody that ever donated to help me in any sense. I don't ever ask people to do that, okay? And it was done out of the kindness of their hearts, and I very much appreciated it. My whole family did, okay? So don't hold that over my damn head. And if you're going to do that, then don't do it. Because that's kind of childish. I'm sorry to say.
Do you have, like, I'll give her back her $50.
It's so sickening and immature to say something like that to somebody, but that's okay. That's quite all right.
Real quick, Daigle, I found it. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. So there it is. That's on page 1.
Say that time again.
Okay. It's
I just want to make sure I wrote it down right.
let me find my spot. Oh, let me back up. Sorry.
Sorry, Eddie. I didn't mean to make you do that.
At approximately 4 p.m.
Okay, that's what I thought. And that was in the PCA. So give or take, I'll even give or take a half hour. Okay. So there we go. That says it right there. So once again, how's he interviewing somebody at 1:30 in the afternoon? I'm just curious. Like, that is like you said. He's the man if he can do that kind of stuff. So okay. Either way. Thank you so much, Meg. God bless, hon. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate and love you so much for that. And again, I'm gonna do it again because you guys know how I'm so sorry for blowing up like that, but I'm just tired of dealing with ignorance. So,
Well, Dago, you know, he's like imperturbable. You ask him a question and try to trip him up, and you ain't gonna. But you know the answer you would get from
of course,
him with that. It would be.
I don't recall.
Yeah, well, it would be. Yeah, I was interviewing before I went to the scene.
Exactly. Yes, I
So
was. I was interviewing people from the truck on the way home. You know that. I mean, something like that. Oh, come on, Meg. Quit it. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate you, but you don't have to do that. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it doesn't make sense, folks. He's interviewing somebody at 01:39. They said, I think it was, and he doesn't get to the scene at 4 till 4 p.m. And so now it makes no sense. It just makes no sense. Anybody, I would imagine, would go to the scene in any crime that's gone on, see the scene, get a grip on the scene and what's going on, and then start your interviews after the fact. Because how are you going to interview somebody if you don't even know what's going on with the crime scene? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay, then.
Is Heather being sarcastic there? He remote interviewed people? That's got to be sarcasm.
Oh, yeah, she's absolutely. Heather's always sarcastic. Thank you so much, Bonnie. I love you, dear. Yeah, he remote did it. Right, exactly. I mean, that's what it sounds like. This is stupid. It's ridiculous. Anyway.
And anyway, yeah, just for the record, it's 13:39, not 01. But we understood what you meant.
Yeah, 13:39, which is 1:39 in the afternoon. It's obviously not in the morning, or it would have. He'd have been there beforehand. So yeah, there we go. Thank you, and thank you, Carolyn. Thank you guys for your kind words. I love you guys to death, and all your support as well. I appreciate you very much. Bonnie, God, you know I love you, dear. So thank you for that as well. All right, guys. Well, again, like I said, these are the things that make us step back and go, wait, there's too many mistakes. I'm sorry, but there's too many mistakes. There's typos. And typos I get with, okay? But there's so many of them and so many misrepresentations, misunderstandings, things that were left here, a refrigerator that goes bad and DNA goes bad. We have this happening, blood evidence not tested, a fire, all sorts of stupid shit, guys, all in one case. Come on. Anyway. All right. I think this will be the last document I read. Or report, I'm sorry. Sergeant Gunderson and his team had cleared the residence and secured the scene. He said they identified a group of college-age individuals outside the residence and had started interviewing them. I called Chief Fry, Captain Lanier, and Captain Dollinger to let them know about the homicide. I called Detective Sergeant Lawrence and told him about the homicide and asked him to call in Detective Sergeant Lawrence. Said he would call in Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne to assist as well because they were slated to rotate into detective soon. Sergeant Lawrence said that he was also calling the Idaho State Police to ask the Region 2 detectives to process the crime scene. I know I already read that once, but I wanted to read it again. That's a good point, Texas. You are truly right on that one, my friend. I'm afraid to say. When I arrived on scene, I met with Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence on the street in front of the residence. We briefly discussed the scene. Hold on one more time. This is Tyson. Okay. And again, guys, this was the original lead detective on this whole case initially. I think it was for the first 24 hours, maybe, until Payne was brought in as the lead detective, who was slated to rotate into being a detective. But we have all these other guys that could have done it, but they made it his. They made him the lead, but that's weird to me. Okay. We briefly discussed the scene, and I was given the names of the 4 individuals who were killed: Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. I was also told 2 of the witnesses outside, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, were roommates and were apparently inside the residence when the incident occurred. Sergeant Gunderson told me a dog was taken out of Kaylee's room and transported to the Humane Society for safekeeping. He told me it didn't appear the dog had gone into the rooms where the murders were committed because it didn't have any visible blood on its body. I contacted U of I Dean whatever, gave him the victims' names, and asked if he could verify if they were students. He contacted me later and confirmed all 4 were students, but didn't have an emergency contact information for them other than their permanent addresses. At 13:04, the University of Idaho sent out a vandal alert via text message regarding the homicide. At 13:30, we moved the witness, who I believed were students, that patrol identified on King Road, to the Moscow PD training room. I met with Sergeant Lawrence, Sergeant Blaker, Corporal Payne, and Detective Mowry and asked them to start interviewing each person. Okay. Well, that explains it right there. So Payne went to the police department and was doing interviews before he even went to the scene. That's still strange to me, you guys. As a detective on a crime, a murder scene, I would think you would have to go to the scene first. Am I wrong?
No, it's asked backwards.
I've never heard of that.
Real quick, there's a video of some Dylan and I think Hunter, and all of them sitting by a dumpster with blankets on them.
Yeah.
And Murphy is running around outside.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So, because you can hear the lady say, "Whose dog is that?" And she said, "Kaylee's," and
Right.
it's Murphy. So,
And that's
taking
right. See, I don't think we've been told the truth about anything with this, guys, at all. Makes me wonder if they looked into the fact that was Murphy given a bath? I mean, they took 8 hours to clean the house. Why wouldn't wash the dog down too? Who knows? Because it's possible. Everything's possible in this case. And yes, Lucy says, "No, Dago, not when you got to get control of the narrative." And that's a good point, Lucy. Very good point, dear. Very good point. Very interesting.
And as far as my opinion on that, I don't know. It's hard to answer that, but we did get our answer finally.
We did. Yes.
It makes sense now. Is that normal?
No.
Well, there was that the change of lead detective. At this point, he wouldn't have been probably. So
he wouldn't have had to go there. But I don't know. I guess, yeah, that does make sense, Eddie, because there's 4 detectives or 5 detectives. Like, the lead detective is automatically, yes, at the scene. We also have other detectives doing different things while those ones are doing their thing. So maybe, yes, maybe this works out and it does make sense. So,
yeah, I mean, once we get suspicious, once there are shenanigans and it's like provable, so
we're going to question everything, right?
Yeah, everything doesn't have to be a conspiracy, but still doesn't erase the fact that this whole thing is a conspiracy. And we, of course, we're on alert for stuff like this.
Of course, yes.
This one makes sense now. Tyson Barrett on the 13th of November was the the lead case agent.
And that's fine. That's fine. We'll take it for what it is. At least we're answering our questions. You know what I mean?
We'll let this one go.
Yeah, right. For now. Diane, real quick, JS was asking if there's any way you could maybe throw a link or to that video you were talking about. They hadn't seen that one.
Oh, I'm on my phone. Let me think here. I will find it and I'll
That's
send
fine.
it to you, Dago. And because I you did see the video, right, Dago, where they're sitting by the dumpster. They got like blankets around them, and you hear, whose dog is that? And she says, Kaylee's, and you see Murphy.
I didn't see a video. I did see a still shot of that, and I saw a video of the kids. I didn't see the dog. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just didn't see it. That's all. But I remember seeing them wrapped in the blankets sitting by the dumpster. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And oh God, I think it was the people with the ring cam or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I can't think of it now.
Good point, Twiz, and that's what I've been asking since I found out that he wasn't the lead. Why? Well, my understanding, what we were told, was that there was some kind of a conflict of interest, and that's why Tyson didn't want to do it. And so they put Payne in there. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's a great question. Whose decision was it to change it to Payne, and why? Truly, why? That should be explained, in my opinion. I would think, but that is what it is.
I think Lana did a video, and I was under the impression that Tyson Barrett just talked too much, and they couldn't have that.
Well, maybe
discussion. He was telling the university, which has no business knowing anything, and the Gonzalez or Steve G's family, something totally different. You know, it
could be. It could be. Thank you, Brian, again so much for another membership gifted. Whoever got it, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And you guys are killing it today with these memberships. Thank you so much, all of you guys. I don't know. I still feel like they put Payne on it because he kind of didn't know anything and they wanted to keep it that way. But that's my opinion.
He's a patsy.
That's what I think, too. Not quite smart enough to be able to handle it. So they liked it that way.
And I told you what I think has gone on. You know, there a handshake between certain individuals and on a very lucrative business, an illegal business, but it pays very well. And you got the feds, you know, crawling all over the place in the university. That gets you a little iffy. And the people that you made a deal with,
right,
you've been putting their employees in jail.
Right.
It's just
understood. And again, Tandy got a good point too. If Tyson was the lead, why was he not first on scene? Thank you. He is definitely the leader of the Lollipop Guild. I'll say that much. I mean,
what better patsy could you get? I don't know. I don't recall.
Probably the guy with the least experience, the one that's he's going to do whatever he's told because he's excited to be put in that position. He's not going to ask questions and he's going to do what they tell him to do. That's my opinion. That's truly why I think that happened.
I agree.
That's what I'm guessing because he doesn't know the ins and outs of maybe other workings that are going on in that area. In turn, he's more of an innocent person to stick there and he can run it. And just if they say, this is what it is, Brett, this is what it is, Brett. Oh, okay. And keep on going. Thank you, Fox. Thanks for being here and hope to see you tomorrow.
Like I said, he's a patsy, you know, because basically all his statements was, I don't know. I don't recall. What are you talking about? Oh, well, you have to go find that.
Well, pay attention, folks, because when this all does come out, if and when it comes out, in all the corruption surfaces, I promise you, the one that's laying underneath the bus getting run over back and forth is going to be him, period.
Oh, yes.
He's going to take the fall for all of it. That's my opinion, and truly my opinion. So
I think he knows it, too.
Oh, he probably does. We shall see.
They expected, nobody in Moscow, especially the ones that should not be doing what they're doing, expected this to blow up like it did.
Oh, yeah, I can agree.
The internet, you know, 4 people, you know, in a house of 6, 2 live, 4 very brutally murdered. That's going to, you know.
Well, and like I said, too, yes. And Lucy, to go with what Lucy said, Bro can't answer 90% of the questions asked, and when he does, it's a shit sheet answer, and that's what I'm saying. I did that show the one time, you guys, and it was lead detective. That was the whole basis of it was who's the lead detective, right? And I kept going back to so Brett Payne's the lead detective, and I would point something out, and it led back to the FBI, and I'd point something out, but Brett Payne's the lead detective, and I'd point something out, but it led back to the FBI. The FBI was the lead on this case, and Brett was a face. That's all he was. That is all he was, and that's why his face and his bald ass head was there, because they knew he was going to follow the rules. They knew he wasn't going to ask questions, and they knew he was going to do what he was told. Period. That's my opinion, of course, because I don't have facts to prove that. But from what I'm seeing, what I've read through, and what is presenting itself, it sure as hell looks that way to me. That's all I'm saying.
Because all this, what you're reading right here, did any of that show up in that invalid PCA, which is now valid?
Not really. No. And we didn't know that all these names were involved either at that point. No, he didn't detect of anything. All the docs went to him. He put stuff together. He didn't investigate anything. Exactly. He was a secretary for him. That's all he was. And he didn't even do that right. So, just saying. Just saying. All right. So, to get through the rest of this one, so we got the dean of student. I also met with CFU of I associate dean of students at the police department. I talked to her earlier about having the students come to the PD to be interviewed. F had an assistant with her, and they were there to comfort the students and be a resource if necessary. While I was in the training room, I was told two of the witnesses were Ethan Chapin's blank, and H. They told me their parents had been informed of Ethan's death and that they were on their way to Moscow. I asked Sergeant Lawrence to arrange death notifications for Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan's parents. He later informed me a Kootenai deputy went to the Gonsalves home to notify them of Kaylee's death, and they had already been made aware. Captain Dollinger told me that he met Xana Kernoodle's father, Jeff, on scene. Captain Dollinger said he asked Jeff to meet him at the police department, where he informed him of Xana's death. Sergeant Lawrence said a Coeur d'Alene officer went to S&KL house to notify them of Scott and Karen Laramie's house to notify them of Madison Mogan's death. Karen is Madison's mother. Sergeant Lawrence was informed that the Laramies had been informed and were already on their way to Moscow. Sorry, I keep doing that. When the Laramies arrived at the police department, I did the death notification, asked Sergeant Lawrence to interview them. At around 15 hours, I met with President Scott Green and his staff in his office on campus. I told them about the homicides and that the suspect's location and identity remained unknown. I returned to the police department, and Jack DeCore approached me asking if I could release the dog, Murphy, to him. He said he and Kaylee Gonsalves both owned the dog at that point. I was busy working with detectives and administration and didn't release the dog. I talked with Corporal Payne, who had interviewed Jack DeCore. He said DeCore had been in a relationship with Kaylee, indicating they broke up a few months ago. Corporal Payne said DeCore told him he and Gonsalves remained friends after the breakup. I asked about the dog that had been removed from the residence and taken to the animal shelter. Corporal Payne said DeCore told him that he and Kaylee both owned the dog. Later that afternoon, DeCore approached me again and asked if I could release the dog to him. I called Captain Lanier, who was with Sergeant Gunderson outside 1122 King Road. Captain Lanier confirmed with Sergeant Gunderson that they understood. DeCore co-owned the dog, and the dog was taken to the animal shelter for safekeeping. I was told the dog was uninjured and didn't have any blood on it. Why is he so... I mean, his girlfriend, basically, the ex-girlfriend was just murdered. He's so worried about this dog, but okay. I agreed to release Murphy to DeCore because it was my understanding we had only taken the dog into custody for safekeeping, and he was the owner. I asked to have a patrol officer meet DeCore at the shelter to release the dog. I continued to work with detectives and command staff for the rest of the day. That's just a little weird. Maybe I'm overreacting to that, but he's really worried about having that dog released, okay?
I have a quick statement or a question. The Gonsalves was already informed by a relative that Kaylee was dead, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
Okay. Now, let me, if it was me and I got a phone call from a relative saying one of my kids was dead, I'm in the car and I'm gone. I'm not at my home waiting for somebody to tell me.
Right. Well,
Why didn't they go?
they explained that in an interview that they were watching football, they had been drinking, I guess, and they weren't 100% sure that it was true until they called and they were told, and then they had the death notification happened at that point. So that's my understanding. I don't know. I would have been gone too, but that's me. Everybody does things differently. That's all I can say.
If I had been drinking, I'd be at my neighbor's door going, "Hey, here's my keys. Get it. You can drive me. They're telling me my child's dead."
I agree. I do agree. It was a weird situation, but I don't know. Well, I think they should. I always thought that they should take Murphy. I know it sounds weird, and put him in a room with Brian and see how Murphy reacts to Brian. Just out of curiosity, I'd like to see that.
So would I. And like I said, I'll find that video of Murphy running around outside, and I'll send it to you. Because honestly, I forgot who said who wanted it.
I appreciate it. I do. That's fine. Absolutely. All right, guys. So we're at that 5-hour mark again, and I think that's enough. I've probably driven you guys nuts enough with this, and we will be back tomorrow.
Thank you, Dago, for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Diane. Of course, Eddie, as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Dago.
Anytime. I appreciate you being here to go through these with me. That way we can go through these things, find these different these what do you call it? Inconsistencies, break them down. Check the things that we think could be inconsistencies. It works out very well. So thank you, Eddie, for that. Diane, thank you for your input. As always, I appreciate it very much. Anybody else? Willie that was up here, I appreciate you as well. Anybody that I swear there was somebody else up here. Terry, thank you for joining as well. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Eddie and Diane, I hope to see you guys soon.
Everybody have a nice evening. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. You guys have a great rest of your weekend, rest of your Sunday night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Potts, for joining us up here as well. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated, Miss Potts. And all of you guys so very much as well. And everybody in the chat, you guys are amazing as always. Thank you for your input as well. And being here, supporting us. Again, I'm sorry for the little blow up, guys, but I'm kind of tired of the childishness and the ridiculous stuff. So you guys have an amazing rest of your day. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing, folks. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe. Nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Consequence. shirt tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime